You can join. Oh, Grace is from United Kingdom. Welcome, Grace. Welcome, Grace. That's three for two. Three for two Nigerians. Please do share with your friends. Let's see. Let's see who has the most audience in the meeting today. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much. Please let's share with our friends. We've got room for much more people to join. So please share with your friends, share with your neighbors, with someone who might benefit from this event. And it could be a pastor, it could be someone who counsels people, it can be if you love people, really, if you love yourself. Yeah, why not share with someone else? Share with someone else. Spread the joy. Spread the joy. And yeah, welcome, welcome. Yeah, we've got folks joining. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, everyone. My name is Emmanuel, and I am the host for the day. And I'm joining this event from England, United Kingdom. So thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. In the meantime, why don't you please quickly make yourself a cup of tea? If you don't have one ready, just grab a cup of tea. Make sure you're in a safe, calm environment so you can make the best of today and then so we can get ready together. Of course, we'll still like you to share the event, share the link, share the Zoom link with your friends, share with everyone. You can put your WhatsApp status on those groups that you're part of, your friends that you think this might be a benefit to. Please share the link with them so they can join us and we can have. Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Welcome on board. So yeah, quickly make yourself a cup of tea, cup of coffee, so we can enjoy the ride together. Thank you very much. I'm just pausing so we can quickly copy and paste the Zoom link and share with our friends. I'm just giving us a minute to do that while we also get our coffees ready. Um, yes, thank you. I'm just gonna maximize my screen. Yes. Okay, thank you very much. So I'll just forge ahead and tell you why sync. Um, because we are part of something very special, and this is the first edition of Sync. And beyond our beautiful logo, an acronym, I would like to just give a bit more overview of what Sync is all about conceptually. Oh, welcome Olajumake, yeah, from the UK in the building. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. Please um share the link with your friends. Share the link with your friends so they can be a part of this. Thank you so much. Yes, so welcome to Sync. And Sync is the acronym for steering your next chapter. And this is the first edition of the event. So, I mean, I just want our reactions. You can use the yeah, just let's see the excitement. We're part of something new, something grand, something restorative, something beautiful. So let's see the excitement. Let's see the excitement. Ooh, welcome. Thank you, SOI. Thank you, SOI. So I'll just be describing what sync is all about conceptually. And at various points in life, we all reach a moment of awareness. We reflect on what has carried us this far may not be what will carry us going forward. For many people, life unfolds in chapters written by circumstances, family systems, early experiences, cultural expectations, economic pressures, relationships, and survival needs. Research in psychology and neuroscience suggests that much of adult behavior is shaped automatically, driven by early conditioning and stress responses, rather than conscious choice. In fact, studies estimate that a large percentage of daily decisions and emotional reactions occur on autopilot. Steering your next chapter is built on the belief that while we cannot change these chapters already written, we can choose how the next ones unfold. This concept centers on ownership, not as self blame, but as self direction. Ownership acknowledges reality, past experiences, trauma, loss, privilege, and limitation all matter. At the same time, it affirms a central truth supported by decades of behavioral research. Individuals who cultivate self awareness and an internal sense of agency experience greater life satisfaction, healthier relationships, improved emotional regulation, and more consistent goal attainment across major areas of life. Steering your next chapter sync means moving from reaction to intention. It means examining the patterns that show up repeatedly in relationships, work, finances, health, emotional well being, and purpose, and asking not, why did this happen to me? But what choices are available to me now? Research on locus of control and resilience shows that people who believe their actions influence outcomes are more likely to recover from setbacks, sustain meaningful relationships, and adapt effectively to change. This approach recognizes that growth is not isolated to one area of life. How we manage emotions influences how we communicate. How we relate to others impacts career decisions. How we care for our bodies affect mental clarity and emotional capacity. Sync requires an integrated view of life, one where emotional health, relational health, purpose, and practical decision making are connected rather than compartmentalized. Importantly, steering doesn't imply force or perfection. It implies attention, adjustment, and choice, just as steering a vehicle involves ongoing correction rather than a single turn. Personal growth requires repeated conscious decisions over time. Research in habit formation and behavior change confirms that small, consistent choices compound into meaningful transformation. At its core, Sync is an invitation to authorship, not to deny the past, but to learn from it, not to control every outcome, but to choose direction. It is the understanding that the future is not shaped by intention alone, but aligned action, one decision, one boundary, one conversation at a time. Your next chapter does not begin someday. It begins with the choices you make next. We welcome you to come along on this journey. To everyone who is joining us again, following the Intentional Parenting Conference, IPC, last year, it's a huge pleasure to have you here again. And to our new attendees, you are very much welcome. Thank you so much for joining Sync 1.0. So I'm just going to quickly talk about what we'll be examining today for the very first edition of Sync. And we've laid the overview, conceptual overview of what sync is all about. It's about you writing your story, you steering your life in the direction that you want, because we know intention, good intentions are not just enough. It takes more than intention or good intention for you to write the next chapter of your life, be it relational wise, career wise. It's all intertwined and not compartmentalized. So today at Sync 1.0, we zone in on trauma truth and love lies, healing the past to build intentional, corrected relationships. Our goal today is to enlighten you, create awareness, draw parallels, light bulb moments, and give you tools to begin your healing journey. Please know that you are not here just for yourself, but people that are in contact and people who will encounter you in the future. We will talk about trauma truths, the realities of our nervous systems, attachment patterns, and lived experiences shape our behavior. We will challenge love lies, the stories we absorbed about strength, independence, vulnerability, success, and worth that no longer serve us. But most importantly, we will focus on what comes next, taking ownership of your next chapter. This means choosing awareness over avoidance, responsibility over reactivity, intentionality over repetition. It means recognizing that healing is not just about feeling better, it is about living better. Showing up differently in relationships, making aligned decisions in work and finances, caring for your body, your boundaries, and your emotional health. Living your life, leading your life instead of merely managing it. Research on behavior change tells us that insight alone is not enough, but insight combined with commitment creates momentum. That is why this is not a one-day discussion or conversation. It is the beginning of an ongoing one. One you continue in your relationships, your choices, your habits, and your values. Today, we are not asking you to rewrite your entire story. We are asking you to take the wheel. Your next chapter does not require perfection. It requires presence, it requires honesty, and it requires the courage to choose forward again and again. Welcome to steering your next chapter, the first edition of it. Welcome everyone to Sync 1.0. And yeah, just out of excitement, let's just give our reactions, give your thumbs up, give your claps. Let's see the reactions. Let's keep the energy in the room really high. Energy, energy, energy. Come on, come on. I'm seeing some flying across. Yeah, yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. And I'll remind us to please just use the message in the chat box to talk to your friend. If you think the concept of sync would help someone special to you, your friends, anyone who comes in contact with people, if you know a counselor, you come in contact with a lot of people, this is definitely going to help. And because this is a topic that most people would try to shy away from, so this is an invitation to change and more importantly, sustainable change. And that's what this event is all about. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, just a bit of housekeeping again. Let's keep, we don't want distractions, so stay muted. And then if you have anything to say, you can always raise your hand. And at the right time, we have the opportunity for you to talk. And we've got our speakers in the building today. Please, if you haven't grabbed a cup of tea or coffee, whatever you like to drink, so that's fine. Get your notepads. Let's get ready to learn. Let's get ready to enjoy. So yes, Sync is, of course, if you're in IPC last year, you know this already. There's always a little bit of tests to do. Don't worry, there's no pass or fail, yeah. So there's no pressure at all. You can use your phone notes. Yes, you can just go to the notes section of your phone if you're using a smartphone, or just grab pen and paper like I do. That's makes life really easy. Yeah, just grab your pen and paper and then, yeah, it's time for some emotional temperature check. Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's go for it. Let's go for it. So, we've got different questions here, and then you answer each question with yes or no. You don't need to put in the chat box. It's just you. This is your own test, right? So there are no right or wrong answers. Just information, which is completely personal. So you just write this on your notepad as I am doing myself right now. So we've got 10 questions, yeah? And then you put yes or no to each question. And the goal of this test is just for surface awareness and to increase our level of consciousness as we even forge ahead with Sync 1.0. So I'll give you a minute to read the question so you can answer, and I'll keep my mouth shut so you can have all the quiet you need to answer this. Let's go. If you're just joining us, we're just doing a test. So please grab yourself a note and paper. And this is just a surface awareness and consciousness test. So we don't need to put the answer in the chat box, but to answer these on your smartphone, your notepad, pen and paper. So this test is for everyone to do. I'm doing mine. I don't want you to see my answers, but just gonna cover my answers, but I'm doing mine too. And I hope you're not in need of extra sheets because this is not that kind of test. So it's just yes or no. Also, there's no prize for who finishes first, so no pressure. Mm, mm. That was a deep sigh. If you're done, just give me thumbs up so I can know that if majority of us are done with this test. If you're done, thumbs up. Okay, I'll take it as we're still. Yeah. So are we done? Please give me thumbs up or put in the chat box that done. You can just use the word done in the chat box. Good. I can see one person. If you're done, just give your thumbs up. Put in the chat box. You can write done. I'm just going to zoom out so I'm able to see Zoom clearly and see everyone. Good. Done, done, done. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. The majority of us had done. And that was a bit of an exercise, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay, good. So I'm just going to quickly, we'll hold on to the results of the test, and then I'll be sharing this with us later on after the first speaker comes on. And I'll just quickly go on to our first speaker of the day. All right. So I'm just going to quickly read an introduction. We've got Mrs. Aya Lawrence, and she's the queen of premium family life, addictions, and mental health practice. I did a mini rehearsal with this. She is also called Yeye Ataye Tunleshi, and she exists to deliver healing, clarity, and lasting transformation in the areas of marital relationships, family dynamics, addiction recovery, and mental health to individuals, families, and employees of organizations. And please, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome. I just need put thumbs up, put drum rolls, just put all your emojis. Let's tell her that we love her. She's our keynote speaker for the day. Let's show her all the love, and say you are welcome, Mrs. Haya Lawrence. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel Oludare, for the warm welcome. And thank you for ensuring that we have more people in the house before we kicked off this morning. I know it's still morning at your end. It's afternoon here in West Africa. It's so good to be here. Thank you so much, everyone, for having me. I feel so blessed and so privileged to be here to speak with you today. Welcome to all of our guests on the call, and thank you so much, Desola Sosan. Thank you for choosing to have me here. I don't take it for granted at all. I really appreciate this beautiful opportunity, and well done on this conference, sharing your next chapter, Sync 1.0. And the theme for today's conference is Trauma Truth and Love Lies, healing what we believe we can love, so we can healing what we believe so we can love better. And you have given me the topic for my keynote, and I will be going there straight away this morning and this afternoon for those of us in this side of the world. Um, the topic you've given to me to speak on today is trauma truths, how emotional trauma shapes beliefs, behaviors, and attachment. Trauma truths, how emotional trauma shapes beliefs, behaviors, and attachment. And I'd like us all to ensure we have our notes and pen in the house this morning, because I hope you can hear me. Oludari, Emmanuel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. Because there'll be one or two things that you would need to go away with, and to even take time to debrief even after now. And I'll kick off by just asking us a very simple question. And the question goes thus: have you ever reacted to something and then you later wondered, why did that affect me so deeply? So something happened, you reacted, then you wondered, where's this coming from? Why did this, affected me this way, this deep? Has it happened to someone? Maybe You can just go into the chat and just say yes, 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 yes. Someone said something, someone did something, and the way you reacted, you were wondering, what happened? There's something we say in Yoruba parlance, kilagbe kilaju. you know what exactly happened and how did I react like this. Sometimes it may even be the tone that the person spoke with. Sometimes it may even be that you spoke with someone and the person was just silent. The person didn't even say anything. And sometimes it may be that you know um you just felt rejected. You just felt unheard. You just felt you were in the dark. You just felt this person just disregarded my presence. The thing is, at that point in time, when you reacted the way you reacted, you weren't just overreacting. What was happening to you is you were remembering. You were remembering. Because trauma is not just what happens to us, it's something that stays with us, something that happened and stays with us. So it's not what happens to us, it is what stays with us. I'll take that again. Trauma is not just something that happens to us, it is that thing that stays with us, such that if it is not healed from, we keep remembering. And that is most likely what would have happened when something was spoken to you or done to you, and you reacted in a way that showed that it affected you deeply. So, today we'll be talking about trauma. We'll be talking about it in a humane way. We'll be talking about it in a compassionate way. We'll be talking about it in a way that is truthful. Um, my keynote address is not to blame anyone. Is not to blame parents, is not to blame husbands or wives, partners, is not to blame systems, it's not even to blame yourself. Today is about understanding. Is about understanding. Because when we understand trauma, we are able to loosen its shame grip on us. Because there's a way that when an individual has experienced a traumatic event, if care is not taken, the person becomes ashamed of that thing that has happened to him or her. And we know that when we are able to understand trauma, shame will lose its grip. And when it loosens its grip, healing can begin. So it is when shame has loosened its grip that healing can begin. At some point in the course of my session, I will take us through a very simple process. We call it the mirror work. We will do that as we go on. So, when you hear the word trauma, what comes to your mind? Please answer the chat. When you hear the word trauma, what comes to your mind? What do you think about? What flashes through your mind? Can I have us in the chats? Let's make it a bit interactive. What comes to your mind? Injury, yes. Injury, pain, yes. What else? Okay. Okay, injury, pain. So we have trauma in form of, oh, there was war in a particular place, a country, a city. It can traumatize the people in that environment. When you have an accident, it can. When you've been abused, any form of abuse, sexual abuse, physical abuse, emotional abuse, any form of abuse can also lead to trauma. And there are times that when we have disasters, natural disasters, any form of disaster can, lead to trauma. But today we are going to be looking at another kind of trauma, emotional trauma. And emotional trauma is often quieter, and it's not defined by what happened to you. It is defined by what happened on the inside of you. So when whatever happened, what happened on your inside? Very important. What happened on your inside? And when trauma happens, you know, it is when you become overwhelmed and your capacity to cope is no longer there. So you're so much overwhelmed such that you can't cope. You're so much overwhelmed such that you feel unsafe. You feel unseen. You feel so powerless and you feel so alone. So these are the examples of, you know, the way people feel when they go through a traumatic experience. They become so overwhelmed that they can't cope, they can't think. Individuals that would have been able before, do some exercises, carry out some assignments, they become so incapacitated because they've been so overwhelmed and they can no longer cope. They feel so unsafe, they feel so unseen, they feel so powerless and alone. And when inadequate support is also there, you find out that individuals become traumatized. So, there is a truth I want you to go away with today. There is this trauma truth that quite a number of people struggle with. And you need to know that trauma is not about the event. Trauma is not, about that event that happened to you. It's about the absence of safety during the event. Because, for instance, if someone had an accident and there and then ambulance came around, everybody is there to take care of you, and you were able to get to safety quickly, you find out that it doesn't affect you as much as someone who had the same accident and was there waiting for minutes, hours on end, and there was no help. The way the first person will take that event is different from the way the second person will take the event. Because the first person knows that even if the same thing happens again, I will get the support because the system is in place to ensure that the support comes. While the second person knows that if this happens again, I'm on my own again. So, as a result of that event, and the absence of safety during that event, the second person becomes traumatized. So, what does this mean? It means that even for most of us on this call who grew up in a good home, there's still the tendency for us to be traumatized. If we do not have that sense of safety. So there is the good home, there is food, there is shelter, you went to a good school, but you still don't feel safe. There's that tendency for you to still be traumatized. And we also need to note that you can experience trauma even if you've not been hit. Nobody hit you, nobody shouted at you or abandoned you physically. And that is when emotional trauma, happens. So, an example of emotional trauma is you learning not to ask for help. You just feel you have to figure it out. You just have to be on your own, even though you are struggling, even though you know if you ask the next person, that person has the answer to your challenge, but you keep quiet. It's coming from a place of trauma. Because really, a healthy person must be able to ask, oh, help me with this. I'm having a challenge with this, solving this equation. I did maths in school. So I'm having a problem with solving this equation. Can you help me? But if you can't ask for help, because over time you have learned not to ask for help, we need to troubleshoot that to find out where that is coming from. Some of us, we've learned to be strong too early. Too early. You find out a 12-year-old, maybe he or she has a parent who is struggling with an addiction or something, and he or she has to be a care, give that person care. A 12-year-old has learned to be strong too early because that 12-year-old is still a child. The 12-year-old still should be, under the duvet and be taken care of, as it were. So when you've learned to be strong too early, you can be traumatized as a result of that. And then when you've heard over time that your feelings are not valid, that your feelings, make other people inconvenient, it can lead, to trauma. We all need to know that our feelings are valid, even if that is not the reality, even if that's not the truth. But the thing is, that's the way I feel. And we must be able to name our feelings. We must be able to sit with ourselves and name the way we feel. I feel sad. I feel down. We must be able to, and not feel if you share the way you feel with other people, it will make them, to be uncomfortable. The people around us also must be able to reason along with us and help us process our feelings. So that is how emotional trauma looks like. You've learned to be strong too early. You've learned not to ask for help. You've learned to believe that, oh, I should just keep my feelings to myself. Nobody needs to know the way I feel. That shouldn't be. And the amazing thing is, trauma shapes our beliefs. Trauma shapes our beliefs. So whatever happens to us at different points in our lives, always leaves behind beliefs. It shapes the way we believe something. So when I'm talking about beliefs, I'm not talking about the beliefs that you're consciously, aware of. I'm not talking about the beliefs that you write down in your journals. I'm talking about those survival beliefs. I'm talking about those things like, oh, I am too much. My own is too much. Let me just, be quiet. Let me just be calm so that they won't say I'm talking too much. Or in some instances, some people say I'm not enough, and they will keep striving. They will keep striving. I'm not enough. And some people will say, oh, people will always leave me. No matter how close they get to me, after some time, they will leave me. It's a belief. It's coming from somewhere. It's coming from something that has happened to you at some point in your life. They will leave. So there's no point. They can count and they just resolve, there's no point. Let me not just make any friends. Let me just, be on my own, because they will leave at the end of the day anyway. Some people believe that love must be earned. I need to work so hard to earn love. There's this thing that I hear a lot, and anyway, I have an opportunity to speak about it, I talk about it. I hear unconditional love. And I tell people, like, there's nothing like that. It is either it is love or not love. When you begin to attach condition to it, it's no longer love. Because if we look at The dictionary, love is just love. The conditional and unconditional love is just the crafting of humans, just to, suit whatever they are trying to pass across. It's either I love you or I don't love you. If I'm beginning to attach a condition to my love, it is no longer love. So I would like to just drop that, with us today. It's not something that we hear a lot, but I just thought I should share that with you. So if it is not love, there's no need to add any condition to it. It is either it is love or it is not love. Okay, so let's go on. So people believe that, some people believe that love must be earned, and that's not the case. Whether you do right or you don't do right, love is expected to flow, is expected to flow. And another belief that people have as a result of the traumatic experience they've had is, if I relax, something bad will happen. Hey, I can't afford to relax. I have to just be on top of my toes. So you just see people always on the go, always on the go. And it may come from maybe while they were growing up. Maybe there was a loss of job, a parent, an uncle, or someone close to them, you know, lost their job, and things dovetailed down. And what used to be very, rosy and all, began to look somehow. And as a result of that, people in that kind of situation can begin to say, you know what, I can't afford to relax. I just have to ensure that this doesn't drop. I just have to ensure that this doesn't happen so that something bad will not happen. So beliefs like this are coming from a place of trauma, are coming from a place of trauma, are coming from a place of trauma. And I'd like you to know that trauma doesn't distort reality. What it does is it narrows it. It narrows it. It narrows it. So, for instance, let's say we have a child who grew up in an emotionally unpredictable environment. So the question the brain keeps asking that child is, what must I believe to survive here? What must I believe, to survive here? And whatever belief helps that child to survive, that child will hold on to it to adulthood. And that is speaking to us parents here. We need to be able to create an environment that is emotionally stable for our children so that they do not curate beliefs that will narrow their reality even as they grow. We need to ensure that our environment, the environment wherein our children are, is emotionally stable. Can they lean on us when they are having challenges in school or with their friends? Can they come to us and share their challenges with us? And they know that we will, listen to them. And they know that we will hear them out. And they know that if there's a need for us to step in and, make an informed decision, we will do that on their behalf. So it is very important that we help our children to know that they can always come to us and have conversation. So you find out that when a child who has been on survival mode becomes an adult, you find out that such a child, even though he or she is capable, will still struggle with self-worth. Am I worthy? Am I worthy? You still see very successful individuals finding it difficult to get married. They fear intimacy. They don't want, to just have anything too close to do with people. And you find out also that individuals that are, naturally loving just keep sabotaging the relationship they are in. And one thing I want us to know is that these individuals are not broken. So it's not that they are broken. What is happening to them is that they are protecting the younger version of themselves. That version that went through emotional unpredictability when they were growing up. That's what they are protecting. That's what they are protecting. There's this tool that we use. We call it the triangle of life. And on one side, the triangle is like this with three vertices. So on one side, we have the result, we have the belief, and then we have the behavior. And the idea behind this triangle of life is starting with the end in mind. So you need to know where you're going to, what your result is. And then based on that result that you know, you are now asking yourself, what do I need to believe to get to this result? When you've been able to state that, you will now ask yourself, what's based on this belief that I have or beliefs, what are the behaviors that I need to, bring to the fore to get to this result? So I'm saying this because our results don't just show up. Our results are as a result of what we have believed and the behaviors we are living out. That's what gives us our results. So if someone has lived in an emotionally unpredictable, environment and has, you know, grown with the kind of beliefs that I've told you, you can predict the kind of behavior that person will be showing up with, and then the results the person is going to have. So you find out that our beliefs just don't stay in our minds, they show up in the way we behave. And we've come to understand that trauma driven behaviors, they look like personality traits. But the thing is, it's an adaptation. So you find out that because of what someone has experienced, the person is behaving in a particular way that makes you feel, oh, this person belongs to the personality. But the thing is, that is not the person's true personality. And I can use myself as an example. Between the ages 0 to 5, I was a happy go lucky, smiley, all over the place person. But when I was 5, I had an health challenge. I was diagnosed of nephrotic syndrome to me to my shell. And I carried that all through till I became an adult. And until I took my certification course in family systems engineering, that I unraveled where the personality I was displaying came from. Because my coach took me through what we call the road mapping chain. And we were able to discover the point at which I changed, I adapted, and I became someone reserved, someone in my shell. And as a result of that truth that came to the fore, I began to work on myself. And I'm back to my original personality, which is bubbly, happy, person. So sometimes, so the trauma of the disease, the health challenge took me to my shell, and I became someone who was reserved and quiet and would just get into a space and would just be looking at everybody. So there are some other things that can play out when our behaviors are being driven by trauma. So you find some people hyper independent. They just want to be on their own. They don't want to depend on anybody. as a result of what they've been through, they are always like, what do I need to do? I don't want to depend on anyone. I don't want to have anything. But the truth is, life is about interdependency. But these people are hyper independent. Another thing is to please everyone. They must not see me as a bad person. No. So if this person come, it's okay. If that person come, it will be taken. If this other person come, it is fine. If this person come, it is fine. Just want to please everybody, and it is not possible. Another thing is emotional withdrawal. You just find out that they just get into their shell. That's it. They don't give love. They're just there. They're just, bring up a wall, stone wall, and you're finding it difficult, to go through. Another example is control. You find that they want to control everything in their life, everything in their life. And they just get angry, they just get angry, upset with everyone and everything. It's coming from somewhere. Some people to perfectionism. None of us is perfect. We can never be perfect, no matter what we do, no matter how we try. We are all work in progress. But people whose um, belief, you know, that stemmed from trauma and has evolved into their behavior, you find out that they just, in some instances, some just show up with perfectionism, some show up with avoidance. They don't want to be seen. They just want to be in the background. They just want to, sort of disappear, as it were. And then some people, they become so numb. They become so numb. I would like to say something at this point in time, that the truth of these things that I've mentioned that looks like difficult behaviors being exhibited by individuals is often from a place of unmet emotional need. And they are wearing that armor, they are protecting themselves. So there are those unmet emotional needs, and they've decided to wear an armor to just protect themselves so that nothing gets to them again. So that thing that might have happened to them when they were a child, they just put an armor around it. You can't get through. You can't get through. You can't get through. Um, Let me just give an example. So someone who is big on controlling people learned that, when things are chaotic, it's dangerous. So the person will keep controlling to ensure that chaos does not break out. And then someone who has grown to be a people pleaser has learned that, before you can be loved, you have to earn it, which is not supposed to be the case. What trauma does to us is that it teaches us how not to feel pain again, because it numbs us, numbs us. It numbs us because we don't want the same thing to happen to us. It numbs us up. And then as that happens, it blocks us from connecting with the people that we should ordinarily connect with. It numbs us from connecting with people that we should ordinarily connect with. So I'll be looking at this point in time at trauma and attachment. I don't know if any of us have heard of the attachment theory. If you've heard of the attachment theory, please let me just see you in the chat. Let's say yes, yes, no, 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 no. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Let me check the chats. Let me check the chats. Okay, yes, yes, yes. We've heard of attachment theory. So There is this question that um, attachment, keeps asking when we're talking about attachment. And the question is it safe to need someone? Is it safe? Is it is it safe for me to need someone? Is it safe for me to need someone? And this stems from individuals who have not had good experiences with their caregivers while growing up. So people who have been traumatized early in life, you find out that the attachment style, attachment that they have is insecure. And it's not because the child is weak, but it was just because the environment wherein they found themselves was just inconsistent. So maybe mom was not present, maybe dad was not present, maybe there wasn't good shelter, there wasn't money and things, and it was really, really tough growing up. You find out that such a child finds it difficult to want to, connect with other people. So I want us to break it down. The um, we have four attachment styles. We have the secure, we have the anxious, we have the avoidant, and we have the disorganized. I won't make it too technical. I'll just, explain it in such a way that you can easily understand. So the secure attachment asks, I am safe, or believes I am safe. The secure attachment believes I am safe. The secure attachment believes others are reliable, people can be trusted. You know, the secure attachment believes I can be myself and stay connected with people in my life. That's how a secure attached individual is. The anxious attachment says, hey, I must hold on tightly because you don't know what will happen next. I must hold on. If I don't perform, maybe they will abandon me again. That's the anxious attachment. And then the avoidance attachment says, needing people leads to disappointment. There's no point. Let me just do as if they are not here. I am safer on my own. Then this disorganized attachment says, even though I want closeness, even though I want this relationship, but it feels dangerous. It looks like something that will bite me in the heels if I engage it. So, one powerful truth about trauma is we don't attach the way we want to. We attach the way we have learned to. So we don't attach the way we want to. We attach the way we learned to attach. And that is why, in some instances, love can feel confusing for people like this. They, they crave intimacy, but they fear being fully seen. They fear being exposed. They fear being exposed. So the way we have been taken care of by our caregivers, which can be our parents, our teachers, our uncles, whoever took care of us while we were growing up, has a lot to do with whether an individual will be traumatized or not, and how the trauma is going to show up in how the person show up in the relationship he or she is exposed to. And the trauma that an individual has experienced, while a child, shows up in adult relationships. They don't disappear when we fall in love. What even happens most of the time is it is activated. It is activated. So it is not that our partner creates our wounds. No, they trigger the wounds. because the wound is already there. The trauma is already there. They just came into your life to remind you, maybe the way they sneezed, maybe the way they walk, maybe the way they did whatever they do triggers you, and you remember, because trauma stays in our bodies. And that moment, you feel rejected, you feel dismissed, you feel unseen, you feel controlled, you know, because that thing that was touched is way older than your relationship. And that is why it is very important when we know that someone in a relationship continuously feels triggered. It's important we ask the right question. And the right question to ask in that instance is, what happened to you? What happened to you? And not, why are you like this? Are you the only one? See the way you are always, The question to ask is, what happened to you? And we can also ask ourselves, what happened to me? What happened to me? What happened to me? And asking that question is the beginning of healing, because you are no longer blaming yourself or the persons in your relationship. You are now asking, what happened? And you're doing that, and you doing that helps you to be able to troubleshoot and go to the roots. So you're not just looking at the symptoms, because the reaction are just symptoms. There is something deeper that the person is dealing with. So when the question, what happened to me, what happened to you, is asked, it helps to go deeper, and then healing begins. And when we are talking about healing, we are not talking about, we're actually talking about moving from survival to safety. Because quite a number of people who have experienced traumatic events in their lives are just on survival mode and trying to just protect themselves. That armor, that I talked about is just around them. But when you begin to heal, you move from survival to safety. And what does this tell us? It tells us that trauma is not our destiny. It tells us that our brain that learned to survive, can also learn to feel safe. I'm working with a group of people, at this point in time, we have healing, virtual healing circles. And our first psychoeducation session was actually talking about creating safety containers. And that was what we did, this first week, creating safety containers. Because as a result of all that we've been through, we've learned to just survive. And we are not meant to survive. We are meant to thrive. We are meant to thrive. So we need to remind ourselves that that's our brain that has learned to survive, can also learn to feel safe, can also learn to feel safe. And healing does not begin with us fixing the behavior. It begins with feeling safe. And what do I mean when I say, you feeling safe? It means you know that the people in your life believe you. It means you know that you are being emotionally attuned to. It means you know that it's okay to feel without anyone judging you. It means you've come to that point wherein you can create healthy boundaries around you. It means you are beginning to form secure relationships. So that's what safety looks like. It means you know you can be believed, you are being believed, you are being seen, you are being heard. Emotionally, you're being attuned to. You are able to feel, you're able to express yourself. You don't have to suppress your emotion because you don't want people around you to judge you. You can cry if you feel overwhelmed and not bottle it up and man it up or woman it up, depending on whatever you want to call it. That is what safety looks like. That is what safety looks like. It's important to know that when healing is happening to an individual, you're not healing to become someone new. You are healing to be who you were before the trauma. Before trauma taught you to hide. Before trauma taught you to go under the bed. Before trauma taught you to cover yourself. Before trauma taught you to dim your light. Before trauma taught you you're not good enough. Before trauma taught you don't have anything good to say. Before trauma taught you that you can't be seen, you mustn't be seen. So when you begin to heal, you are beginning to show up as the truest version of yourself. And sometimes it's important for us to know, or all the time, not sometimes, it is important for us to know that healing is God restoring what trauma interrupted. It is not punishing, it is not shaming, but redeeming. So that's which trauma interrupted in your life. Like I shared with you, trauma interrupted my joy, my exuberance, my smiles, my loving people, all the way. Trauma interrupted it. But when I began to heal, there was restoration. There was restoration as I began to heal. And the same thing can happen to all of us, any of us. Who knows that some things have happened in his or her life while growing up and has interrupted the true you and has told you to go and hide and has told you or taught you that you're not good enough. Healing is here to help you know that you can still be who you have been created to be. I would like to say something even as I tie everything together this afternoon, that trauma responses, they are not character flaws. They are just survivor stories. I'm trying to survive here. This has happened to me before, and I don't just want it to happen again. So they are survivor stories. And we know that surviving is not the same thing as living. We can't be in that survival mode. It is too um it is too demanding. It is too tasking, emotionally tasking to keep surviving. And I like to, call us to that space that you are allowed to outgrow what once protected you. That's armor. You are allowed to outgrow it. You are allowed to feel safe. You are allowed to heal without having to justify your pain. And for those of us who are in relationships, and the truth is, all of us were in relationships, whether with our children, with our siblings, with our parents, with our husbands, with our wives. One powerful trauma truth that I want you to hold on to is that that which wounded you happened in a relationship, and what heals you will also happen in a relationship. I want you to hold on to that. That which wounded you happened in a relationship, and that which heals you will also happen in a relationship. And before I wrap this up, I would want us to take the mirror work. I don't know if I can be given the opportunity to share my screen so that I can project. Is it possible for me to share my screen?
You should, man.
Okay, let me just bring the slide up. So we got hurt in relationships. Something happened, even if it is illness. It was a relationship with illness that hurt us. And at some point, we need to release ourselves to allow healing to happen to us in the relationship as well. I'm trying to get the slide up. Okay. Okay. I'll just want us to go through this exercise together. It's called the mirror work. It's loading. Please, if you can see, let me know. Can you
Yes, we
see?
can see now. Yeah, we can see
Okay.
now.
So this mirror work, what it does is it helps you cut the shackles of blame, of shame, of guilt, and of anger. So the blame game you've been playing over the years, it helps you to cut it off. The shame that makes you to not want to show yourself, cut it off. Guilt and anger is cut off. So wherever you may be, you can also screen grab this. I'd like you to, sit up well, sit upright. Ideally, you're supposed to be in front of a mirror. But if you don't have a mirror with you, it's okay. We'll just go through it. Then if you screen grab it, you can use it after now. And what I expect you to do is to call your name. And you tell yourself, my name is Ayo. So I'll say, Ayo, I forgive you for not loving yourself. Whatever it is that you need to forgive yourself for, you tell yourself. So let's go. Ayo, I forgive you for not putting yourself first. I forgive you for playing small. I forgive you for feeling you're not enough. I forgive you for thinking you're too much. I forgive you for not taking care of yourself as you should. I forgive you for not being there for yourself. I forgive you for allowing the experiences of the past to define your now. I forgive you, Ayo. I forgive you. I forgive you for not being there for yourself. I forgive you for taking care of every other person and leaving yourself unattended to. I forgive you. So you can go on and on and on, whatever it is that you want to forgive yourself for, you you capture it under here. When I take my clients through this, we even find out that we stay here for quite a while. because there's so much they've allowed, to hold them. Then the next thing is to tell yourself, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you for choosing to go on this journey. I'm proud of you for taking care of yourself. I'm proud of you for putting yourself first. I'm proud of you for choosing to fill your cup so that you can serve from the overflow. Whatever you're proud of yourself for, you put it there. Then you tell yourself, I approve of you. You're doing so well. I approve of you. You're doing amazingly well. You're doing very, very well. So I approve of you. Then you go on to it, say, Ayo, I love you. You can even give yourself a bear hug. You give yourself a tight hug and you hold yourself well. I love you, Ayo. I'm so much in love with you. You're such an amazing soul. You tell yourself that. Then you tell yourself, Ayo, you're more than enough. You're more than enough. You're more than enough, Ayo. All that you need to be who you have been created to be have been given to you. You're more than enough. Ayo, I commit to loving you. I commit to putting you first. I commit to being there for you. I commit to not allowing you play small again. So whatever it is you want to do with these words, with the sentences, you're permitted to do that. And you can say this as many times as you deem fit throughout the day till you get that relief. And on that note, I would like to say thank you so much for having me and God bless.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Chat, can we just use our reactions, put in the chat box, say thank you, use any emoji of your choice just to say thank you, thank you so much. What a wonderful session it's been. Thank you so much. Thank you. So very quickly, I will just take two or three questions max for this first session of question and answer. And then we'll have opportunity to take some questions and answers later on as we progress. So you can send your questions to the admin. So if you get to the participant section, just at the lower part of your screen, you can see the word participants. Click on it. You'll find someone called admin there. Just send it to admin. And yeah, send your questions there. Save. And yeah, so very quickly, let me share my screen. Okay. Yes. I hope we can see my screen.
Someone
Very
is
good.
asking if there's going to be a replay. She was distracted at some point.
Oh, yes, there would be a replay later on, and we would share that detail shortly with everyone. Yeah, there'll be a replay on YouTube and across different platforms. So we've got two questions I'll quickly and very similar questions. So first question says, I think myself and my girlfriend exhibit some of the trauma responses. How do I communicate this to her without making it awkward?
Okay.
And then there's
So,
another question that's like within the same WhatsApp group, if I may call it that. The person says, just bear with me. It says, when you get to know they are traumatized, when the person, let's say they are significant older, and you call them out, why do they keep running even from their spouse and family members?
okay. So, like I said, we respond to trauma when we are triggered. So, when someone is being called out as a result of maybe a response that he or she responded to or reacted to, that's just the symptom. There is something deeper. So even if you call the person out, even if you have a conversation with the person and you're not getting to the root, it will happen again. So if the person is called out, oh, you're withdrawing, why are you withdrawing? That's what you're asking. Why are you withdrawing? Why are you not where everybody is? And the person answers, maybe the person even answers you, oh, it's because I don't like staying where so many people are. It's just a response. Until that is dealt with, it will keep happening. So it is important that the person goes through the healing process. And the root of that trauma is healed from. If that is not done, you find out that you keep hurting yourself. So for those people who already know, that there's a challenge, if they don't go through the process of healing, they will keep hurting themselves. They can be talking about it, but it doesn't mean that it's over. It doesn't mean that it will resurface again or show up again. It will show up. So there is a need for the healing process to kick off and for the two of them to be vulnerable. A lot of people don't like doing that. Oh, they will know me 100%. But the truth is, the you that we are seeing here now, it's not good enough. Can we go back to the you before trauma happened? So we need to get to that point wherein we can come out and say, you know what, I need help. Can I get help? And not keep talking about it. Because if you're talking about it, you're just, looking at everything surface level. It's deeper. It's deeper. So it is that root that they need to get to, and not just to talk about it and to go. No. What happened to you? Where is this coming from? How were you handled when you were a child? What happened to you along the lines? So for these individuals, that's what they need to do. No matter how much they talk, if they don't go back to find out what happened to them individually and seek to walk through whatever it was that happened to them and choose to unlearn and reframe whatever they have learned over the years, they will keep coming back to the same spot. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, it does. Thank you. And then if we have other responses, we'll take it in the second Q&A session. So that we'll let you go. I'll take the second last question. So just before we
Manuel,
let you go for
we can
now.
hear you.
Yeah.
Is it-
Can you hear me? Uh,
yes, I can hear you now. I wasn't hearing
oh,
you, so I
yeah.
wasn't sure whether it's my end or your end.
Oh, sorry. I think most likely my network over here. Yes, so second question, or last question for this time. Of course, we'll take further questions as we proceed. So please, if you have questions, send them to the admin. We'll take your questions as we go along. So this question says, is healing from trauma only an internal process? How does one heal when the external environment is still the same? For example, when your trauma was caused by your family, but you are still in the same family. So feels the external environment is still the same. So how do you heal from this trauma?
Yeah, I really feel with this person because I know that this can really be tough, especially when you're seeing the same persons, the same people who have caused the damage to you day in, day out. It can really, really be tough. I would like to say that choosing to heal is a gift you're giving to yourself. Choosing to heal is a gift you're giving to yourself. And there are times that we can't live where we are at, which is where you are at this point in time. But you have to look at it. If I continue to hold on to what has been done to me, am I doing myself good? And the answer is no. So you have to learn to create an environment that promotes your peace and your progress. You have to create that environment. Even if it is harsh, you have to tell yourself, yes, this is where I'm at. And there's this book that I love so much. Desola knows that I preach about that book all over the world. Feeling is the secret. If you can share it with the people in your community. When I find out that my feeling is it wants to begin to play tricks on me, I go back to it. Feeling is the secret. So you need to come to the point wherein you tell yourself, this is about me. This is a gift I want to give myself. I can't live here now, but I choose to create a heaven within me, even though there is hell, such that the hell without cannot distort the heaven within me. So it's a choice that you have to make. And one of the things I've come to also realize is when people around us begin to see that the way they are treating us does not bother us, they begin to adjust as well. That despite all we are doing to this girl or to this boy, she's still like this. That means we need to do something better. So I would encourage you, look at the advantage that comes with healing. Let it be much more. And I'll put it this way, let the reason for which you want to heal from trauma be stronger than the environment wherein you're at or wherein you are in. When the reason, when the why for which you want to, heal is stronger, you find out that you are able to go through whatever it is that you're going through and become a better version of yourself at the end of it. Because we know that there are so many people who find themselves in this kind of situation, but they've said, you know what, against all odds, because I know that which is good for me, I'm going to pursue that. No matter what is going on around me, I'm going to pursue that. I want the best for myself, and I'm going to go for it with the whole of my heart. So I just want to encourage this person. I empathize with you. I know it's not a walk in the park, but let your why be strong. Why do you want to heal? What is that future that you see when you close your eyes and you want to get to that place? Why? So when that why is strong, no matter where you are at, no matter what you're seeing, you find out that the picture of that preferred future will keep showing up on your radar, and that keeps you going. Thank you very much.
You. Thank you so very much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming and being a blessing to all of us. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if Sync 1.0 has been a huge blessing to you, I mean, if you're having those light bulb moments, just yeah, give your emojis, give your chat, like just put Sync 1.0 in the chat box. Just put Sync 1.0. Then I know you're enjoying Sync 1.0. Just put in the chat box, just put Sync 1.0 with any emoji of your choice. Maybe it's a clap, maybe you're feeling emotional. Just use any emoji that that communicates how you're feeling so far. Yeah, thank you so very much. And before I call on the next speaker, we were having a conversation yesterday, and I said this event, even though it feels like it's just Emmanuel speaking to you, of course, Emmanuel is representing the people who would be in contact with Emmanuel. Emmanuel is learning for his future wife, for his children, for his generations, for people who would be attached to him. So we are not just 28 hot people in the box, in the chat room or as participants today. I think we'll multiply that on by average of 10. people would at least be recipients of whatever we're doing today. And a powerful part of that, as we go on, would be I was able to speak with someone who confided in me a couple of weeks ago about certain things happening in their life. And I was able to pinpoint, no, I've been through this in the past. And this was my response. I was vulnerable enough to tell them my response. And they were like, how did you know? I've already planned to do this as well. So, and that's the power behind being well informed, is that we're able to be help to other people. Not only are we bringing healing to ourselves, we're also able to communicate and extend healing and help people do the same for themselves. And just it becomes a cascadier effect. It's just it continues pushing just like butterflies. Just you pass it forward, you pass it forward. So without any further ado, we'll be having our next speaker. Our next speaker. So I'm just gonna read about him. So Mr. Oluwaseun Dawodu is a clarity architect, an author, and facilitator whose work focuses on helping individuals make sense of their inner world and move through life with greater awareness, alignment, and intention. Is the author of When Love Is Not Enough, a reflective exploration of why insights, efforts, and good intentions often fail to resolve deeper personal and relational challenges. With nearly 2 decades of experience across communication, strategy, facilitation, and human development, Sheon has worked in social impact, leadership development, organizational consulting, and personal growth contexts. His work integrates psychology, lived experience, and deep listening to help other people recognize the internal patterns that shape how they relate, decide, and lead. He is known for his calm presence and ability to articulate what others sense but cannot yet name. Sheung helps people slow down, see clearly, and reconnect with the inner clarity that supports meaningful change across relationships, leadership, and life transitions. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, please let's make welcome in our sync fashion. Please don't let's not drop the ball now. Let's keep the emojis going. Let's keep the reactions going. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Oluwaseun Dawodu.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Yes, we can.
Okay, I don't know what's wrong with my videos. My video says it's still loading. I don't know what that means. I've never seen that on Zoom before. Okay, that effect, when anything can go wrong, it will go wrong, right? Um, okay, can I share my screen? What matters is what we're talking about. So if you don't, even though I would like to show you my fine face. But let's get cracking. First of all, thank you, Oluwaseun, for inviting me to this prestigious platform. Really appreciate it. And Mrs. Ayo, yeah, thank you. Thank you. You made my work so much easier. You made my work so much easier. But yeah, please let me know when I can share my screen. Oh, I can share my screen now. How do I share? How do I share my screen? Where's my screen? Okay. Please let me know when you can see my screen because I can't see myself. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
It's sharing
Yes, we
now.
can. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Okay. Oh, fantastic. How many minutes do I have, Mr. Moderator?
$45.
Okay, I still have for 5 minutes. Okay, just wanted to be sure. All right, let's go on. So I'll be speaking on the love lies that cost us prediction. Um, Mrs. Lawrence is, I think, yeah, she's talked a lot about a lot of things that I want to talk about. So what I'll do is I'm going to, and one of the reasons why I decided to do the slides is I when I watch. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Am I audible? Can you hear me? Okay, so
Yes.
Yes,
this is
we can
Can hear
can
you
you
absolutely
hear
hear
clearly.
me?
you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right, so a bit of a digression. I love watching movies, but I don't know why people watch movies with subtitles. I don't know why you're watching an American movie, you're watching with subtitles. And it was just this weekend I realized that people actually prefer to learn different ways, right? And while I'm really auditory, right, it makes sense for me not to watch subtitles because I consider them as distractions. But people who are more visual than I am are able to follow what is being said better when they see the subtitles. And I don't know why it didn't make sense for me to understand that with movies. I understand it with classroom. Usually complain about why the classroom is just for visual learners and not for other kind of learners. And it didn't make any sense to me until this weekend. So you have the text. If you can't follow everything I'm saying, you can follow some of the text. Please note your questions, share it with the moderator, and then I'm sure that when we have the opportunity for questions, you can ask your questions. All right, let's keep it moving. The complexity of love. Okay, please, I'm going to be. Deshala is already smiling. I'm so not a conformist, so you might get
Can
a
I
bit
give
of,
you
but yeah,
pocket
just
flowers?
he said what? Oh, who are those gisting with me already? I can hear some people gisting in the background, but yeah. So just flow with me, just enjoy my way and all that. So I love you is probably the most confusing statement in the world, I believe, because it's not localized. It's probably one phrase that almost no two people understand it the same way. Um, and because they don't understand it the same way, the tendency is to react differently to the phrase. People who Mrs. Lauren talked about the attachment, people who are secure, who most likely feel warmth towards being told I love you. Whether it's an intimate relationship, whether it's just um they understand what it means, right? So they feel warmth, they light up, they glow, they enjoy that I love you. People with the anxious attachment style usually panic because I've heard that before, and that person ghosted me, or something even worse. All of this from childhood, of course. And so they hear I love you, and it may shock, and I'm sure you've heard of people who are going on, who the relationship seems to be thriving, and all of a sudden they don't hear from the other party again, and they keep wondering, what did I do wrong? Most times it's not about you. Most times it's about how the person feels about what it is that you're saying, right? So feel pressure when they hear love, they want to do. Ah, I you love me, K. They want to show markings, show color, because that's how they learn that love is. For them, it's a call to action to show that they can do. And then some people are just confused because they move from, does this person really mean it? Are they playing with me? What do they want from me? What am I going to give to them? And the funny thing is that we don't know that all these things are going on the inside of us. Most people don't know that these things are going on the inside of them. The truth is that it's not about love itself. Love is constant. It's the language. It's what we learned about love before we know it to be love. Do you understand? Is how we relate with regards to anything that has to do with love is based on past experiences, right? I'm 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 going to move to very interesting places. Um, I love you two guys' different emotional responses. Again, it's 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 the impressions that have been created in our minds. So when we say stuff like, um, if we say some stuff like "I love you" to you, I can't see my child. Okay, I can't see. Hey, what's wrong with my child? I'm trying to figure out my child. So when I ask people to comment in the chat, I can read it immediately. How does that happen? I'm sorry. Okay, so when I get there, you help me. You'll help me, right? The silent internal experiences that and the truth is, we all experience some kind of loving. I'm not saying good love or bad love. I'm just saying what people call love, right? We've all experienced it one way or the other. Some people didn't have the I don't let me move ahead of myself. I get That's why I do this page so that I can follow because this topic is actually very interesting and I can get ahead of myself. Now, let me let you know that nobody learned love. You didn't learn love before you knew what love is. You absorbed it. You absorbed it. Love is learned, it's not instinctive. Unfortunately, because we did not learn love, because we picked it up subconsciously from the family, because we picked it subconsciously from culture, because we picked it subconsciously from religion, from gender norms, it formed how we relate with anything that has to do with you. And that's life. Everything that we do, one way or the other, with your colleagues, with your friends, with your spouse, has a dimension of love. That means that every single way that you relate with people is actually designed by how you learned love. If you learn it in a family where there was a lot of decision, say from the father, that's how you most likely would be. If you're a man, I learned this is how love is, and my mother will be quiet when my father is doing the conversation. You expect your wife also to be quiet when you're talking. If you're the lady, my father will talk and my mother will be quiet. You learn to put yourself in that place of this is my husband. I That's how my father is. Because what you absorb without even knowing that that's not what love is. You absorbed it, and it was defined, it has come to define what love means to you. Yes. Um, so you know how people who were not, you know, the stories. So it's not, this is the, I'm trying to make it very practical. You know how girls that were not um well loved at home, they go outside and they find boys that just keep telling them, I love you, I love you, I love you. And you know how those girls feel mushy, 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 but there's only one thing that the guy is looking for, right? And you would expect that uh, those girls would learn from the first experience. That's the expectation, that they will learn from this first experience. But it usually doesn't happen. Why? Because somewhere, somehow, their mind has been conditioned that this is how I receive love. This is how they give love. Anybody that tells me they love me, this is what they want from me. And if I want to feel good about myself, that's how I can feel good about myself. As Africans, I'm not sure that I not at least I'm not sure. I'm sure that there are just very few families where emotional safety was created. I can speak for Nigerians. Don't let me go to Africans. I can speak for Nigerians. Very, very, and I can actually speak for Yoruba people. Respect is the crown on our head, right? Such that you are not what what's the color of your idea when an elder is speaking? You you can't have any say. You can't hear how you feel. You can't speak. As a child, you should be seen and not heard. Who do you want to complain to that you how do you feel? Nobody's listening. Because what matters most in our context is respect. And if emotional safety would cut into respect, then it's better you're not safe. And that's where trauma comes in. Because you eventually learn that respect means keeping your own feelings from being seen. Right. And these are the things that build up in us without us even knowing. You eventually come to a place where you feel, what even if I say it? Who cares? Who will listen to me? It becomes your it becomes your trauma. You don't even know it's trauma. Maybe when you know that there's a problem, it's when you now begin to chase how to sorry, but you don't even know that it's a problem. Another cultural perspective on love is blood is thicker than water. We say I don't know whether that is an emotional blackmailing thing to say, or we just like to say something that sounds very nice but can be very harmful. We know of blood is thicker than water, blood is thicker than water that have ended up people dying in marriages or people being killed by being beaten to death by family members when they had opportunity to leave. But my brother, I cannot do anything. Then, but you've done something to your brother. Your brother has communicated one way or the other that we are displeased with you, but blood is thicker than water. And then strength as emotional suppression. This I lived with firsthand, where and I think this mostly comes to men when they are raised. Imagine saying to a boy, this is a story I like, and I share a lot. Um, a long about it's 9, 10 years ago, and when I was children's church teacher, there was this 3-year-old boy that the father brought to class, and I think it was the first time for the boy, and the boy cried the entire 5 minutes.
Coventry, Tile Hill, Bergswell, Hampton, Ardens, Birmingham International.
Service used to be 5 minutes, right? This boy cried the entire period that his father wasn't there. When the father came, they said to the father, "Your child cried throughout." Guess what? what you would expect is that this father would say, "Oh, why were you crying now?" And she was just gone. Even if you don't pet the child like that, you would expect that kind of expression. The man said to his boy, "You are a man. Why are you crying?" That was probably one of the first times I saw stars. I've seen stars before when somebody was slapped me many years ago. I saw stars, but I saw stars and the moon and the sun when he said that to a 3-year-old. You don't call a 3-year-old boy a man, and you don't treat a 3-year-old boy as a man, and you don't say stuff like that that eventually stays with him because you're telling him that he is a man. He should not express himself. So even when he feels anger or pain or suffering, he doesn't know how to express it because he was never allowed to express it when he was younger. He was never taught how to express it without it becoming damaging to himself or to other people, right? Just Mrs. Lawrence has talked about this, so I'll just mention it. Attachment theories are, and I'm touching on this because some people might want to really understand what is going on inside of them. Attachment theory is basically about how we relate in adulthood was based on the bonds that we formed in childhood, especially with the caregivers. So if your primary caregiver was very allowing of your expression of your emotions, you usually will end up with a secure attachment. If they were inconsistent with showing you love, most likely not going to be secure. If you're not secure, you're most likely anxious or disorganized or avoidant, right? The social learning theory talks about how most of what we learn we pick up from our interactions with people, right? So we're playing with people and then we visit somebody's house and then we see how their parents deal with them and then we can absorb those things. We don't even know that we're absorbing. That's the funny thing about the human mind. That's the funny thing about the human mind. There are a lot of things that we pick up, we have no idea that we're picking those things up. Absolutely no idea until they begin to show up in adulthood. They show up in ways that we now find it, except you find somebody who can help you, guide you to a place where you're able to begin to ask yourself those questions of where was the first time that this showed up for me? Most people don't have that kind of awareness. So it now becomes a conditioning that they don't even know where it showed up from. And then the impact of trauma on our implicit memories. Trauma is I don't even know how to describe. I don't know how to describe because there are things that we're allowed to talk about in the society, right? When I eventually got down to writing my book, it wasn't because I wanted to write. Writing is hard. I like writing, but not writing for people. Not writing to be um um not writing to be judged, because if you write, people will judge you. Not writing to be rated, but just writing and you don't care. But I realized that one of the reasons why I was avoiding a particular area that I needed to look at was because I was afraid of what was lying behind that door. I didn't want to open it. I just knew instinctively that there was a Pandora's box. I also knew that if I could open that door, I'd probably be able to face my Goliath and then move on. But it's easier said than done. But I took up that when I eventually took up the challenge because somebody somehow got to me and made me um do the reflections. I realized that some things that happened to me in childhood and had brought me to a place where it was hard. It was hard for me to do some things, not because I didn't want to do them, but because that was how I had learned them. That was how I had learned them. A quick example. Uh, if you live in a house where I can be very curious. I'm a very curious person. I can ask loads of questions. Sometimes And in adulthood now, I'm old. You can't beat me with my questions. But when I was younger, if you ask questions too much, there would be, why are you asking? After your mother, your father answers one or two questions, you literally become a nuisance to them. And that can impact the curiosity. Because what you tell yourself is asking too many questions or wanting to know things is not a good thing. Because when they shut you down one or two times, without anybody telling you, you just tell yourself, because that's what trauma is. Trauma is the story we tell ourselves. You tell yourself that I shouldn't be asking questions. I shouldn't be curious. I shouldn't want to know, right? And this is when I ask people, these days, I'm learning to show people grace. I'm learning to show people grace because I realized that many of the majority of us were raised by parents who didn't know better. We were raised by parents who didn't know better. Not that they wanted to harm us, but they were also raised by parents who felt that the way they were showing, expressing how they felt was love. So it takes a different mold to shape you in a particular kind of way that's said about how we're shaped by this trauma. And that's absolutely correct. If you were raised in a place where your voice was always uh, silent, and you get into a relationship, it's most likely that you will become the silent partner. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Yes,
Oh
we
my
can.
goodness. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, we can. Can you hear us?
Hello?
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 Hi, we can hear you. Please carry on.
Can you, sir?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. It's just a bit low.
Ah,
Ah, there we
is it
go.
better now? Okay,
Yes,
I'm sorry. I think my network went off.
this is the point where
Um,
we say the devil is a lie.
thank you. Sorry, what was the last thing you heard from me?
Where's one? Being the silent partner.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so you could hear me, I just couldn't. Okay, can you still see my screen?
No, we can't see it anymore.
The screen is still visible.
It's not sharing at the moment.
Okay, I think I need to share my screen. Where is it? Okay, now. Now,
It's loading.
is it showing yet?
Nearly.
Let's see. Can you see my screen now?
Yes. Yeah, it's here now. Can you hear us? Oh, okay. Oh, he's back.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, but the
Oh
screen
my
is not
goodness.
sharing.
I don't know what's happening. Anyway, you see it.
Not yet. Okay, starting to share.
You still can't see it.
It's loading now.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear us? Well, hear me. The screen is loading. Oh gosh. Okay.
Okay, that's fine. I think the admin will reach out to him and he'll be able to get a slide and then we can
Can
share
you hear me?
from this end. Yeah, we can hear you actually.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I think every time I have to go to my slide is why it keeps going up. So maybe I should just leave my slide. And when I'm able to share it, then I'll share my slide.
That's fine.
Is that good? Hello? That's good. Okay.
Yes, that's
Let's
fine.
go on. 1 minute, please. Okay, so what are emotional strategies? Oh, interesting. Oh, you see my screen now?
No, perhaps we can carry on without it since we hear you clearly. Okay. Manuel, should we take a break?
Yeah,
Let's take the break now, if that's all right.
yeah, we
And
can.
then,
Yeah, we can take a 5 minute break, and in the meantime, we'll just try doing some troubleshooting behind the scenes.
Can you
Um,
hear me?
all right, we can hear you and we can see your slide. So
Ah,
just stay where you are.
oh, okay. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. This is yeah. Okay, let's go on, please. I'm so sorry about that. Emotional survival strategies. The understanding of what love is from our early experiences become our emotional survival strategies. Mrs. Lawrence said that. I'm reiterating it, just repeating it. And it influences how we navigate love and relationships throughout our life. The way we have understood love to be is what drives how we relate presently. The understanding of what love is from childhood, from early years, became how we adapted. It became for us our safety. And it now influences how we navigate love and relationships. Okay, that's a little bit about me before we enter the real heat. I just wanted to not make you feel too somehow. Just relax, relax. It's a relax. It's a learning thing, you know. What I love lies. Yeah, let me see the chat. I think my system, I think I'm good to see what love lies now are. What are love lies? In the chat, please. Let's see what's happening in the chat. Chat people, chat me off. Chat me up, chat me up. Tell me what do you think love lies are? Ah, I see it now. I see the chat. I see it. What do you think love lies are? Oh, definitely. Let me get more responses. Let me get more responses. Things that love are not. Very, very, very wise response. Yeah. Let me get one. Lamba! I did see you. I did see you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so but now this is actually what I wanted to hear because when we talk about love lies, they are not the lies that we are told about love. That's what I want us to know. It's not what we're told about love lies. Remember again that what we know about love was from childhood, right? And it was mostly absorbed, right? So it's not necessarily what they told us about love. Remember, it is the strategy that we developed to survive. So if your primary caregiver is inconsistent with giving love, you can set up yourself and become hard so that it doesn't affect you. They're not going to give you anyway, so you prevent any kind of pain from getting to you. So you develop that strategy. It's a strategy. It's a method to escape the pain. So you develop that strategy to survive. And because it was formed in childhood, it most likely was formed before awareness came into being. And it's most likely rooted in culture, like I said earlier, um, family and repeated patterns. Let's go on. Common love lies. These are some harmful beliefs about love. Love means sacrifice. That's that's so how. That's like how. I'm not saying love is not sacrifice, but love means sacrifice. Sacrifice is part of love. But and I'm saying this because I know people who say um they are the they are they're still in their youth. Like I think Mr. Lord mentioned people who are still young and they are once spending for their family because they've been told that that's what you do for family, right? So you can expect that that person will grow to be an adult, and the only way they see love is by giving all of themselves to their own detriment. Oh, we've seen it happen. We hear people who walked themselves to death because family demanded that they give to them. Another one is love means independence. I'm sure all these are things we hear, we feel, but how are they done? How are they lies? How are they not true? Because love is interdependence, not independence. Love is not independence. If love is independence to you, you've learned a strategy for survival. Love means endurance. People endure to death, stay in that marriage. Honestly, they stay there because that's what they know to be love. They don't know it differently. They don't know it differently. You beg them, you cajole them, you teach them, you show them, but they've learned and it's wired up with their DNAs, I can say, that if I love this person, I should be able to endure anything that they do to me. It's a lie. Love means constant access. Like you, people are always in your DMs, always texting you, always calling you. Because why? I I don't know. Like why? People that can't turn off their phones to sleep. Like how? They say because oh, there can be an emergency. Okay, there's an emergency. What role is your own? What's your own part? The emergency. Right. It's a strategy that oh anything can go and they will I must always be available for people. Oh, it's not a bad thing, but there has to be boundaries. When you can't log off, when you can't log off to get some self-care, you've learned a survival strategy that is not working for you or may not be working for you in the long run. Love means emotional restraint. That's strange. One of the things that I can't forget, and I remember this almost every time. A pastor said this, Pastor Paul Farasin. He said, "Love without expression is depression." He said that thing over 20 years ago, and I absolutely believe it. I absolutely believe it. If you love someone and you are quiet about it, you've learned a survival strategy that says if I tell this person how much they mean to me, they probably will look down on me. It's a strategy that you've learned. All right. So let's move quickly. Why love lies made sense. Right. We now know that trauma is what we learned we have to do to stay safe. To stay safe. We now know that. The traumatic event is what happened to us. But trauma is what we learned from that event that we had to do to stay safe. If your father was one that enters the house like this, you know that there's likely going to be trouble. What you learn to do is to stay hidden because you know that maybe it's one that you want to see him the way he enters with the car into the compound. You know, today is a bad day. Today is a bad day. People that will hide under the bed will hide under the bed. People that will lock themselves in the toilet will just so they can avoid being the first to collect. Right? You're hiding in the toilet and you're hiding away were forms of protection. There were protection mechanisms, right? But it happens that it's not going to last forever because now they will limit how you connect. You find that so maybe your not even your partner, people come at you with a kind of strong energy, and because you never learned how to stay calm in such environments, you pull back, you recoil, you become small. It is start in adulthood. I tell people most of the behaviors that we have rarely start in adulthood. Rarely. A huge chunk was learned in childhood. Okay, love lies as trauma response. Because we know what trauma is, right? We can now see how we respond to events that happen to us based on the trauma that what we know again is what we told ourselves on how we can stay safe. So these are responses. Hyper independence. Hyper independence. You've learned that what's this thing that we usually say? Oh, nobody's there for you. What? How do you say it? Um, uh, there's this thing we say. maybe not Bisha, but the Gen Zs, they say it a lot. Nobody's coming for you, Abby. Nobody's, I forget
Nobody is
that
coming to
statement.
save you.
Nobody's coming to save you. I know some of us have used it very well, but you didn't know that that is a trauma response. Nobody's coming to save you. It's a traumatic response. Because where is it coming from? If you know that there's no island, if you know that there's no one person who's going to be able to, nobody, there's nobody who's one person to do all by himself. But if you learn that, so you now begin to very independent. You can't ask people for anything because they're not going to be there for you. You just become hyper independent. Avoidance is another traumatic response. Anything that involves pain. This I just want peace. I don't want trouble. It can be a traumatic response. It can be a traumatic response. Because anything that looks to you as it has a capacity to challenge how you currently feel or overwhelm you, you avoid it. Any new experience that would take you out of your comfort zone, you avoid it. It's because you've suffered some sort of pain in the past, and you've learned that if you do it this way, that pain will not reach you. So that's how you now live. Over functioning. These people are always doing. They don't know how to rest because it's in the doing that they find their identity. That's how they feel to love. That's how they feel that, oh, I'm there for Auntie Sheki and Auntie Shakira, I'm there for Uncle Bola, I'm there for Sita, all of their children are getting married, and it's you they're coming to, and you can't tell them no. So rather than saying no, you keep working to make you now add also to bustle, to add also to bustle to work to night job, but you don't know that this is likely a function of something you learned. So everybody, when you were younger, everybody gave you kudos when you were doing for them. They gave you kudos. So it just became part of how you see yourself. If I want them to do this for me, so let me just do this, let me just do this, let me just do this. Many personality traits serve as protective strategies developed to cope with past experience. This is Lawrence said the same thing. When I hear stuff like that is just who I am, I see it. It's a traumatic response. Anytime I hear, oh, that's just who I am, no. You would, if you've learned how to be secured, you have emotional safety. You know that your emotions is a range. You know that you can grow. You know you can become better. You won't stay stuck in that place of that's just who I am. So anyone who says that, just take note of it. If you say it to people, that's just who I am. What you now need to do is begin to figure out where did that come from. Okay, let's go on. What are the love lies that block intimacy? Miscommunication. You know this thing that human beings do where they expect that one person is a witch, and so the person will know what their minds. it breaks relationships. Rather than have conversations around what I know, what I want from you, you don't talk about it. You expect the other person to know. It usually would lead to conflict. Usually will lead to conflict. And the conflict is not usually about what was done. That's the funniest thing. It's not about usually what about because I think she said a lot about these things. She mentioned you. Some of the reactions were like, what just happened right here? What just happened right here? Because what happened and the way the person is responding to it seem to be very far from each other is because they've told themselves story that, for example, if they call you and you don't respond once or twice, you don't love them. And they may now start behaving from that story they've told themselves all of these years. This is one I find that I even had to deal with. Because why am I getting tired talking to you? Why am I getting tired talking to you? If I find that I'm getting tired and you're just stressing me, what happens is disengagement. I'm not going to stop talking to you, but I'm not going to be talking to you like that. It blocks intimacy. If that happens, how do you get closer to your partner? You're disengaging. How do you get closer to your partner? What it also does is it leaves you feeling unseen. If you're told that love means sacrifice, right? It means that you will continue to do a lot of stuff just so that that person feels that you love them, to the detriment of your own needs. To the detriment of your own needs. Because you want that person to feel that you love them, you continue to sacrifice. But you don't take your own emotions into consideration. After a while, you start feeling cheated. Because why am I the only one always doing? Why am I the only one always doing? Why am I the only one always doing? You start feeling cheated, right? After a while, you feel the hurt, and it's massive. We don't talk enough about the emotional hurt that happens to us in the relationships we have, because again, we don't really know that it can be better, right? One of the things that I say that helps remove from that place of that learned survival strategy to a place where you now begin to thrive is awareness. Awareness shifts our automatic reactions to thoughtful responses. It allows us to embrace choices and possibilities that lead to deeper connections and understanding our relationships. Awareness is key. Awareness is key. You cannot begin to treat an ailment that you're not even aware exists. You cannot begin to work on your learned survival strategy if you don't see how it is blocking you from enjoying your current relationship or relationships. If you don't know that your stubbornness, right, was learned because you felt people were always cheating you. You come to every conversation with your partner like, no, I'm not going to take this up. Your mind, you're like, I'm not going to take this from anybody. I'm not going to take this from anybody. And you bring it to your relationship. Before they've even said what they want to say, you've interpreted it that they want to confront you. That's your interpretation. And once you suspect that a guard is coming, you're ready with your goals. Awareness allows you to shift from that place of automatic reaction to thoughtful response. Once you now go from, okay, let me even listen to what this person wants to say. Once you leave that place of just doing your automatic reactions, you go to now, okay, talk, oh yeah, talk. And the person talks and you are quiet, you ask questions for clarity. It allows you to move into a place where you have choices and possibilities that lead to deeper connections and understand your relationship. Awareness must be girded with compassion. Awareness has the capacity to carry us into a rabbit hole that, if you're not careful, can be quite injurious. So you have to guard the awareness with compassion so that it doesn't become self-criticism. Recognizing that past experiences shaped us allows for healing and self-acceptance. I need to move. What becomes possible once you know that awareness guarded with compassion is a possibility? Now, this is what becomes possible. That learned patterns can be unlearned. It is that you learned subconsciously. If you're aware of what it is now, what the challenges are, You cannot begin to create new patterns that fit for where you are, where you're going to. You find that you can connect without betraying yourself. You will find that you can tell people no when it's not working for you. I found out that many people, and I, I never had a problem with saying no to people. So when I became more aware, and I began to find that there were people who didn't know how to say no, I used to think they were. I used to wonder what's happening right here, until I realized that there were some things that they were good at that I hadn't learned properly. We have a tendency to look down on people in areas where we think that we're good, right? That becomes connection without self-betrayal becomes possible when you have awareness girded with compassion. Clarity does not demand perfection. That's usually why we don't move from where we are. We think we need to be perfect to move. We need to be perfect to move. No, it's not so. That's not true. What you need to do is begin to allow yourself to figure out what are the what are the things that I've learned that I somehow I can tell that this thing is a hindrance to my enjoying my relationships. And I say that the first relationship you have is with yourself, it's not with your partner, it's with yourself. That's the first relationship you have. You cannot give what you don't have. If you've not learned to enjoy sitting by yourself with yourself, you will not enjoy sitting with others just to enjoy their company. All right. I don't know how many minutes I have left, but so let me just do this. Just you can choose to drop your charts in the chat or just do it for self-reflection, right? All right. Even though I think I would like to see, but tell me, think about it. What do I feel when someone says I love you? What do I feel when someone says I love you? I can already sense some people's heart is doing jim 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 jim. I can sense the heart be doing jim jim. What did love require growing up? What did love require growing up? What belief shapes my reactions today? This may require some work, especially if you have not thought about how what you do is a subconscious programming. It might require some work. You know how you want to learn to play golf. There is a certain way that pros play golf. But if you never learned how to play golf correctly, you play golf wrongly and wonder why your shots are never consistent. Because you learned a strategy to play golf, but it wasn't the right strategy. You've learned a strategy for love because that was what was available for you. You learned to survive. But if you want to now thrive, what brought you here is most likely not going to get you there. This is my invitation to you. Change begins with seeing yourself clearly. Change doesn't begin with judgment, doesn't begin with condemnation, doesn't begin with self-criticism. It begins with being aware. No exaggeration, no under exaggeration, no nothing. Just seeing yourself clearly. No judgments, no rating. Just seeing yourself clearly. Just seeing yourself clearly. Key takeaways on love lies. Love is learned. Love is learned. So if it's not working for you, unlearn it and learn another one. Love lies once protected you. That's the truth. There were times that the behavior, you'll be shocked that being stubborn was a lifesaver for people that were bullied. If you were bullied and you beat one bully, they stop beating you, even though you were not known to be someone who engages in fights and stuff like that. It was probably a lifesaver for you. But is it still that same mindset that you brought into your relationships? Is it working? Awareness restores choice. Once you can see clearly, then you know that there are alternatives to your current survival strategies. Once you can see clearly, you know that there are choices that you can take from, not necessarily continue to react the way you used to. Compassion sustains your growth. You have to be, more than anything, if you want to enjoy your growth, you must guard your awareness with compassion. I repeat it again, you must guard with compassion because the tendency is for you to keep struggling with the strategies that you've always known. And in trying to say, oh, I shouldn't have done that, I shouldn't, it becomes self-criticism. And if you're not careful, you will leave it alone. You go back to where you're coming from. If you don't hold it like a baby, it's a baby. It's like a baby. They're still growing. It's a baby. You hold it. You know how you hold a newborn baby? You hold the baby with, oh, this baby is so, the way you hold yourself, because you know that you can't allow the baby to drop. It's the same way you should hold yourself through that process. Thank you very much. Thank you. I hope I kept within my time.
Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Can we just, yes, use your clap emojis, reheart. So thank you to Mr. Shion Dawodu. Thank you so much. And
Thank
also
you.
thank you to you and to everyone. It's not easy to just remain calm and composed when technology isn't on your side. So thank you to the audience. Thank you for sticking by. And also thank you to Mr. Dawodu for just handling that with so much grace and composure. I don't know if I was the one, I'll be freaking out like, what's going on? What's going on? But we've all handled it very well as a team. So thank you so much, everyone. So it's time to have a very quick 5 minutes break. Um, or maybe round it up. It is 13:37 on the side. Mm, that's 13:45. So that'll be 2:45 for those who are in Nigeria, and then 1:45 for those of us who are here in the UK. So we would be kicking off with the last um session for the day. But so please do enjoy your break. But if you were not here when we had our um question personal reflection questions, I'm just gonna share. If you don't want to have your break, you're like, no, just break it and I want to do something. So I'll be sharing that with you while we have our breaks. Thank you. But I can't believe if you think this is really been a huge blessing to you and you think this will still benefit someone, please share with them. Admin has graciously shared a message that you can just use to share the invitation for this meeting with your friends and loved ones. So I'm still sharing the questions and we would have the time to know the results very soon. So just to keep that suspense ongoing, I'll introduce the next speaker. Um, yes, she's seen herself and she gave a very cute reaction. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, is Coach Desola Sosan. So Desola Sosan is Coach Daisy. You also can call her Coach Daisy. She's a people and resources optimizer with a background in customer service excellence and strategic continuous process improvement. Our personal goal is to facilitate enlightenment, awareness, and transformation thereby supporting individuals, families, and organizations to achieve their highest aspirations. She's a certified family systems engineering practitioner, a neurolinguistic practitioner, and a coaching professional. She's a master trainer, facilitator, and public speaker. She serves as lead consultant at the Daisy Place UK Limited. A book, which I do have, I should show off very soon. Anyway, her book, Becoming an Ocean, Parenting Beyond Glass Walls, challenges parents to evolve, creating an environment geared towards the maximization of their child's potential. She's the convener of Intentional Parenting Conference, IPC 1.0, which kicked off last year. And now the convener also of Sync 1.0, ladies and gentlemen. We are here because she's gathered us together today. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with our usual style, let's keep the emojis going. Let's keep the reactions going. I'm having my own mini drum roll here. Ladies and gentlemen, Coach Gisela, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. It is wonderful to see you all. Thank you for making out time to join us at Sync 1.0. You could be anywhere else, yeah, but you chose to spend today with us, and we are so, so grateful. I'm particularly grateful to God because I am very firmly convinced that there's something that God wanted to do. Last year, when we finished the intentional parenting conference, Emmanuel said, "So what's next?" And I'm like, "Can I drink water and drop cup?" I mean, which one is what's next? It was literally perhaps the following day. He was like, "You have to do something for us for February," and I'm like, "Do you like February? To me, February is like tomorrow, you know." And he was like, "We have to do something," and he practically set this in motion, kind of. We looked at subjects, we had been having conversations around, okay, people are already parents, right? They're already in that position where they're literally steering the lives of people. But when people of their children, but when people arrive at that point and they arrive damaged and broken themselves, what options are available to them, to the children? The consequences of those circumstances to society is unprecedented. We don't know how far it can go. Thinking about the example of certain people in history, you look at somebody like Adolf Hitler. He was raised in a home. For some reason, it was normalized to him and for him that he could treat people the way he did. He could attack people, put people in concentration camps, and all of that. You can, if you look through history, you will find examples like that. And then you find other examples of people who are beacons of light and of truth. And you also understand that they came from somewhere as well. So when we started having those conversations, it was like, all right, if we can get ahead of the curve, right? Support people, even people who are married already and are already parenting, but particularly people who are yet to arrive at those points. How can we ensure that they are healed going into those critical relationships. And that's how the concept of sync was born. It's recognizing that we're a product of our history, and we're a product of the people that raised us. And it's not about blame, right? It's just about understanding. It's about understanding. So I want to thank you. Thank you for investing this time in yourself, for being dedicated to your journey enough to look at this kind of program and say, right, I'm going to attend this, I'm going to register, I'm going to show up, and I'm going to engage and participate. So well done. Well done to you. All right. My session today is about moving from survival to security, building that emotional availability. The theme tells us about creating those deep, connected relationships, and that's why we're exploring that theme of trauma, truths, and love lies. And the speakers that have gone ahead, I mean, hats off to you. Hats off to you both. Dayo Lawrence, Seun Dawodu. I mean, they've done most of the work, all right? And it is just looking at how everything is connected, right? And you will find that a few things will be repeated because they are connected and because certain things depend and impact on each other. And we'll be learning a lot about that today. Now, my session is a bit different to what you've had come ahead, right? The first two sessions were along the lines of a seminar, teaching, increasing your awareness. We're going to be a bit more practical. So if you don't have a notebook, I encourage you to reach out and grab one. If you don't have a pen, reach out and grab one. And those powerful sessions that have come ahead have laid the foundation for us to now go on the path of creating templates, creating future plans. I love a bit of scenario planning, right? I mean, thinking about continuous improvement is always about what can happen. How do we mitigate risk? So it's about creating those things while you're still calm, while you have not been triggered, so that you have a go-to. And the idea is for you to change your defaults, to reset your defaults. The fact that you've been through traumatic experiences and you've made certain choices over and over again puts you at a predisposition towards certain tendencies. And those are the cycles we want to interrupt today. We want to create different narratives, reframe, reimagine. And okay, all right. Thank you. Right. So that's what we're going to be doing today. And I want to encourage you to be open, as you have been. Well done. You've been a fantastic audience, to be open and take these steps as we go along together. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen now. I believe it is sharing. Correct me if I'm wrong. There we go. All right. Thank you. All right. So let's make that big. Amazing. I'm sorry. Something is not right. Sorry? Oh, is that what I want to do? No, that's not what I want to do. I'm sorry. It's not fine. I beg your pardon. I'm going to stop sharing because it's not what I want. Bear with. Okay. So bear with me a moment. I do apologize. Sometimes what you want is in your head. And all right. Okay, let's try that. Okay. So let's try that again. It's done it again. All right, all right. I will make it work. Okay, let's go back. Beautiful. Okay, can we all see my screen? Yes? Are you seeing slides? Fantastic. Thank you so much for your patience. All right, so as we said earlier, as Lauren specifically said earlier, it's not about blaming, okay? It's not about shaming. Your choices were made and you own them, right? You experienced certain things, you responded in certain ways, you built your survival instincts. But it is time to move from survival to security. Like Lawrence said, and you're going to hear a lot of like she said, because again, they're all interconnected, right? Like she said, it's tasking, it's emotionally tasking, it's heavy. Why should you bear that weight? Why should you continue to bear the weight of things that happened years and years before? What I always say is, you're not a tree. You're not planted there. You can move. And as challenging, as difficult as it is, and I acknowledge that, and as I will share with you, I've been on a similar journey myself. And I can also tell you that I am on a similar journey. So some days are easier than others. Some days I have to remember myself and do the mirror work and just, I mean, when we did it earlier, I was literally tearing up. Now, this is not it's not a tool that is new to me. But again, that reconditioning, rechecking, reawareness, realizing within myself that I still have some way to go. So I want you to understand that we're not blaming you. It's just for you to understand why certain patterns exist. And more importantly, to be aware of the options that you have going forward. All right. So today we're going to be looking at survival based emotional strategies, how they come about, how they affect connection, and how we can begin practicing secure, emotionally available behaviors without abandoning self protection. And that is important. That balance is important, right? It is important. So let's go to, let's have a bit of interaction, you and I. All right. So if I say emotionally unavailable, what do you hear? When somebody is emotionally unavailable, what do you hear? When somebody is described as emotionally unavailable, what are the thoughts that come to your mind? Let's even say you're single, right? And somebody is interested in you and they're like, just so you know, a little bit of a heads up, I'm emotionally unavailable. What comes to your mind? What do you hear? Okay, all right. Bright red, isn't it? Like my jacket. Bright red flag. Yes, it is a red flag, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, what else? What else? What else? When somebody is emotionally unavailable, because it's the opposite of what we're looking at. So just to get a bit of clarity and to get a bit of understanding of what we think it means. Anybody else? Not ready for any form of commitment at the time. Absolutely. Not ready to love, not ready to be vulnerable, not ready to give their hearts. Yeah? If we took it a bit further, and this is all very, very nice and respectful, but might you say they're cold? Might you say the person is cold and disconnected? Might you look at the person from that perspective, right? Might you say, wow, This person just is not like we saw there, unwillingness to connect, unwillingness to be vulnerable, right? So absolutely right. That's what it is. When a person is emotionally unavailable, is that inability or an unwillingness. So there are two things there. Some people are unable to, some people are unwilling to, right? And they're unable to connect deeply with other people on an emotional level. Now, it could be a mild sense of emotional guardedness, or it could range from one end of that spectrum to a complete emotional shutdown. You know, earlier when Mr. Dawodu said, when you hear I love you, what do you feel? What do you hear? What comes across when you hear I love you? For some people, it is, oh gosh, I don't know, I'm unsure, right? And we would say that's a milder reaction. For other people, it is just go, get thee behind me, get thee behind me. So emotional unavailability in a single person, like we said, may look like unwillingness to commit to one person. So you might find that this person is absolutely fine having minimal connections with different people. So they might not be willing to commit to one person and stay that course and see that relationship through to a decent, reasonable end. In married people, it could be a disconnection, a very quick ease to separate yourself from what concerns that person's well-being. So a practical example would be, I'm angry with you, I don't eat your food, right? You have made food for me, but because we had a quarrel yesterday, I won't come home, right? Or something affects that person, or they have a task. Say, for example, today my husband has been very helpful setting all of this up for me. But let's say I disagreed with him earlier, and his reaction is go and figure your Zoom out by yourself, right? Is that ease to detach, ease to disconnect. In parents, it can be distance. When things get heavy, they don't want to be around. Now, we've talked about attachment styles. This will be the avoidance tendency. If it is that, look, you go and find somebody else to talk to about that. I'm not available for that, right? For in colleagues, it could be guardedness. They don't interact. They've learned or heard somewhere that you don't have friends in the office. Anybody? Is that anybody's experience? You don't have friends in the office, so you came to do a job, and so you do your job and you go home. You don't interact with anybody. You don't trust anybody. Hello, right? For some other people, it's moving on from people quickly. They don't see you for 2 weeks, and you're so far in their rearview mirror that you might as well have not existed, right? Some of these people don't have friends, they don't have long-term friendships. And sometimes you would find that people who are emotionally unavailable, they will interact with people, be friendly and nice, only to get what they want. Once they have it, moving on, right? They would discard people like a wet tissue because they never felt that connection in the first place. And um, when we say it is hard, right, it goes back to how we learned to love, how we learned to connect through the people that we interacted with when we were subjected to influences that were not within our control. In our childhood, we didn't choose our family. We didn't choose neighbors that we lived with. We didn't choose the environment. We didn't choose the events that happened to us. But all of those things, they affected us. They conditioned us to approach life a certain way, to approach relationships a certain way. And where we acknowledge that this is real, it doesn't just jump on us. Like I said, something happened to us. And that's why we have created those walls. And, I painted emotional availability as though it's something that is so bad. Actually, it's an intelligent response. Earlier, Mr. Dawodu talked about when a young lady is involved with somebody and they show a certain behavior, and then those patterns are recycled, and they keep choosing those same people. It begs the question, where's your self-preservation instinct? Where have you hidden it? What has stripped you of the desire to be cared for or looked after? Why do you keep seeking love in the wrong places? Right? So when a person is exposed to some of these traumatic occurrences, right, and they develop emotional unavailability, it's an intelligent response. It is an awareness. It is a decision. It is a conscious decision. They build walls. They put walls in place to keep themselves safe. So really, it is not a flaw. It is not a flaw at all. It's a survival instinct, and it's a primal instinct, and it's a valid instinct. Now, somebody like me grew up in a difficult, challenging household situation, right? My parents didn't want to be together. It was obvious to anyone with eyes, right? They didn't want to be, they didn't even like each other on a good day, right? But they managed to have children who had to live in that environment that was more toxic than not. When I did family systems engineering certification, Lawrence mentioned earlier, one of the exercises we did was to go back. So we did something, we worked through something called the Tree of Life, right? And that tool was to help you unearth those things in your childhood, those things in your roots, one of the components of that exercise. And the weird thing was that I was supposed to draw this tree trunk on the left side, put unpleasant memories from childhood, right? And on the right side of the tree, it was supposed to be pleasant memories, and I could not find any. I promise you, I thought long and hard. I'm sure they were there, but those unpleasant experiences overshadowed everything. So that is where I come from. That is what I lived through. And that is what has shaped me as well. But I can tell you, like you have heard today, that if I can go on that healing journey, and like I said to you, I am still on that journey, consciously choosing myself every day, consciously choosing what serves my best interest, consciously learning and unlearning, then it is possible for you to do as well. So let's talk about the nervous system. Let's talk about the nervous system and the safety that the nervous system is supposed to give us, right? Your nervous system learned before your mind did. Your nervous system learned how to protect you before you had language, before you had insight, before you had choices and options. And that's why you can consciously, intellectually want closeness, but shut down emotionally when it shows up. Anybody in the room feeling this? Because your nervous system prioritizes safety. It's not about your happiness. It is about what feels safe to you. And Lawrence did an excellent description of what is safe. Feeling heard, knowing that your opinions matter, knowing that your choices matter, knowing that you are allowed to have a bad day. It's not a judgmental situation. It's not that you have to constantly perform. Is anybody in any relationship or any friendship where they are constantly performing and they are constantly, presenting themselves a certain way? And then you compare that to people in your life where you can be yourself with, where you're completely chill, where you're completely relaxed, right? There's one that is safe and there's the other that is unsafe. So sometimes nervous system unsafety looks like withdrawal when you're defensive. That hyperindependence that's been talked about several times today, the people pleasing tendencies. Oh, I need to do extra, right? If I don't do it, they will not hang around me anymore. Actually, I'm not even going to rely on anybody because I can't even trust them to be there when I need it. Now, research backs it up and it explains why awareness alone cannot change behavior. It explains why awareness alone cannot change behavior. So let's come to our first task. All right, let's come to our first exercise of the day. Now, look at the screen. Look at the screen. What are your responses when you are in this situation? When emotional closeness increases, I tend to what? What do you do? When you begin to feel close to somebody, right? And this is not only romantic love, it could be friendship. When somebody's trying to come into your circle, when they're doing things that is making those walls that have kept you safe, when they are starting to be affected, what is your response? Do you withdraw? This is about reflection. I don't need to know your answers. If you want to share, happy to discuss it, but this is for you to realize where you are. Do you become hyper independent? Do you overfunction or people please? Do you become defensive? Or do you seek reassurance? Reassurance, not just at the level of, I just want to make sure we're still on the same page. It's more of, because you've not said it in 2 days, I don't even know if you love me anymore, right? And that's a self-limiting belief, isn't it? And then if we go to question 2, this strategy helped me survive when. So when you picked your answer in question 1, then you want to relate it to a certain occurrence that happened. Again, developing awareness, because it's about what is in place now and recognizing it for what it is. So this strategy helped me survive when what? Think about it. Think about it. Think about it. And like we said, it's a normal response. It's an intelligent response, isn't it? That disconnection, that survival, right? So how does it help you? What does it help you do? If I talk about my childhood a little bit further, my walls were to protect people from knowing what was going on around in the house. So I didn't then have to explain. Because if I was too friendly with you at school, the next thing would be, oh, I want to come to your house. Bro, I don't even know what will be happening in my house tomorrow. So why would I want a third party to witness perhaps chaos, maybe a quarrel, maybe somebody is hitting somebody? So my response to that was to ensure that nobody got close enough, such that we didn't even have to have certain kind of conversations. Like, could you come over, or could I come over? Could we hang? It wasn't something that I was willing to tolerate. But what does it cost me? What did it cost me? Because hopefully it doesn't cost me as much today as it did then. I didn't have long-term relationships. But my husband talks about friends that he's had for 30, 40 years. I can't relate because I didn't build those connections. It kept me safe, kept me sane, because I couldn't control my environment, but it cost me the ability to make long-term connections. So I'm learning that now as an adult, right? So if you've gone through these questions, you've answered questions 1 to 4, that gives you an overview of where things stand right now with you. When we talk about trauma, when we talk about your nervous system, when we talk about a situation where somebody experiences one thing, their response is different, and another person experiences it and is completely overwhelming to them. Stress and adversity shape how our brains respond to closeness. So if you've answered these questions, then you must understand that if your nervous system is not regulated, if it's dysregulated, then when you connect with somebody, it might even feel dangerous. It might feel scary. It might feel challenging, right? It might feel painful for you. Because sometimes, I don't know if you've ever been in this situation, but in the line of work that I do, I come across people who want to be with somebody and they can't because they feel they're not bringing their best selves to that interaction. And it physically hurts them. It causes them physical pain and stress in their bodies because they want it, but they feel they are not deserving of it. Okay? So now that we have that understanding, let's move on to moving from survival to secure attachment. Now, secure attachment in itself is a skill set. It's not a personality type. It's not a personality style. Secure attachment is not something you either have or you don't have. Like Mr. Dawodu said, you know that it can be a spectrum. When somebody says, that's the way I am, that's a fixed mindset. That's something that if anybody has that here, that's something that you need to work on. A fixed mindset will keep you limited. It will keep you small. But a growth mindset helps you understand that I can learn. I can grow. Yes, I made a mistake yesterday, but the fact that I recognize that I made a mistake is an indication of growth, right? It is an indication of growth. That awareness alone is hope. It is something that you can hold on to and say, at least I know that I did something wrong. At least I know that I said something unkind. At least I know that I said something disrespectful. And the question then becomes, how can I make it right? All right. So when you have secure attachment, it's not about constant closeness. It's not about perfect communication. It's about regulation, emotional regulation, awareness, responsiveness. And it's not about you coming to a place where you never get triggered. You become secure by acknowledging and then doing better. Acknowledging and then doing better. Making conscious choices that take you from point 0 to point 10. Sometimes you will slip. As long as you keep pressing forward, you are on that journey to healing already. So let's look at survival versus secure behaviors. And again, it's about drumming up that awareness. I don't want anybody to feel targeted. More importantly, I want you to feel seen. Okay? Because the fact that we're talking about this today means there's something, and you're here in this time and space. It means there's something you're supposed to get out of it. So I would hold on to that. Take it as knowledge, take it as feedback. Feedback is critical to improvement. Okay? All right. So let's look at survival based responses versus secure attachment behaviors. All right. So it's about that shift. The first survival-based response we have here is avoiding vulnerability. Somebody talked about that earlier. Having that space where you just don't want people to know that you're not Superman or Superwoman. There is no chink in your armor. Everything is golden. You wear your makeup, you're in a nice suit, and everything is okay. Now, are we saying be vulnerable with any and everybody? No, you have to be tactical. It's not everybody that's in your corner, and it's only wise to recognize that. However, if you're going to be emotionally available in relationships, you need to be willing to be vulnerable. So, for a parent, it is about saying to your child, you know, I struggled with math in school too. It was difficult. This and this and this and this are the things that I did to get through that phase. And I will never, if I had a choice, I will never go back to it. That is vulnerability. That is you acknowledging that, look, I'm human. I have a limitation as well. So, what's the secure attachment shift in that regard? Naming emotion safely. I am tired. Own it. You are not wrong. You are not bad. You are human. And the fact that you feel safe enough to be able to share that is you being emotionally available to the people that are important to you, to the connections that you are trying to build. Next, hyper-independence. We've talked about that quite a lot. I'm not even going to allow anybody to come close enough so that they don't embarrass me, right? As a recovering perfectionist, I hope you understand that you can unlearn it. It does not have to be perfect. And the logic of if you want it done well, you must be the one to do it. It's not a leadership state of mind. You must be able to delegate. All right. You must recognize that as human beings, we are social animals. We are independent by nature. We are supposed to fit into each other and work with each other. And say you attempt this and it doesn't work out. I mean, 7 billion, 8 billion, I don't know what the number is today, of other options that you have. So that one person is a tiny representation of the whole sample. So you move on to somebody else, you learn, and you move on. So your secure attachment shift is a willingness to be interdependent. Next, emotional shutdowns. That is a survival-based response to just withdraw. And I'm not even going to talk about it. I'm not even going to engage anything about it. How about you learn how to self-regulate? How to condition yourself that, all right, this is what I'm feeling. Feelings are data. We're not to invalidate feelings. But what other explanations exist? This is what I'm feeling, but what is it that I'm supposed to do? We talk about going upstairs, leaving the reptilian fight or flight mode and going to your superior functioning capacity and be able to choose what is appropriate in that moment. I lived in Nigeria for most of my life. And sometimes you're driving by and then you see somebody who probably was previously well dressed because you see the pieces of a shirt and you see a tie and they are, punching a conductor. And you're like, how? Something they said, maybe change, I don't know, triggered them and they were not able to go upstairs. That emotional self-regulation was not in place at all. So they felt fight or flight, I deal with my fists. Rather than, all right, I'm annoyed, I feel disrespected, right? He said something that was absolutely unacceptable, or he did not give me my change when he was supposed to give it to me. But what is appropriate in that moment? And choosing that over that emotional shutdown and reckless response to situations. Next is defensiveness. I've talked a bit about feedback today. If your response to feedback is always, oh, it's because they don't like me, or is they just want to upset me. If that is your constant, the first thing you say when somebody says, oh, actually, I noticed this, I think it can be improved in this way, or I didn't appreciate what you said, I didn't like how you said it. If your default is, it's because it's me. No. How about you adopt curiosity and ask questions? Rather than make the assumption, which is the lowest level of knowledge, how about you say, okay, tell me more. How is it that what I said made you feel a certain way? I can't guarantee that their response would be anything positive, but at least you've managed to rein that potential to be reactive in. And that's that secure attachment shift. And finally, we have people pleasing. You just give and give and give and pour and pour and pour. And there are no boundaries in place. You think it is not okay for somebody to ring you and say, oh, can you come to my place now? And your first response is there an emergency? They say no. No, I can't. And you don't feel bad about it. Somebody said something a few years ago, and they said no is a complete statement. If you find yourself over explaining, you want to check, why am I doing that? Is it a survival-based response? Is it what is needed in that moment, which means you're making a conscious choice? Or is it that you just can't help it? Boundaries. We're going to talk a bit more about boundaries as we move forward. Let's highlight this love lie. Beg your pardon. Let's highlight, oh dear. There we go. Let's highlight this love lie a little bit, right? This belief shows up everywhere. In relationships, in work, even at church. There are a few of us Christians here, right? If I need somebody, if I need help, then it means I'm weak. I think that scripture, if your strength fails in the day of adversity, then there is weakness at play, kind of makes us look at it in a different way. But that scripture is not talking about people because humans are wired for connection. It is God. So if it is that you are trusting God, that means you acknowledge that your strength is weak, your spiritual strength, and work on that. But if you need another human being, or you need help, or you need support, it doesn't mean you're weak. It is a love lie. Needing other people doesn't make you weak. Pretending you don't need anybody actually can damage your relationship. Picture a situation where a couple live together and somebody needs to lift something heavy, and the lady decides, well, I don't need anybody, so I'm just going to do it for myself. And she does it over and over again. How is the partner supposed to interpret that? Like, you don't need me for anything. And that's just a basic example, talking about physical strength. But if at any point in time you don't ask for help, you don't need anybody because you believe it makes you look a certain way, that is a lie. And that belief, it needs to go. It needs to go. When the relationship is secure, if you're going to be emotionally available, then you need to allow mutual reliance. You need to allow people to support you. You need to allow people to do some things for you. It's not, if it's coming from a place of I am weak, then it is wrong. If it is something that you're capable of handling on your own, absolutely fine. But if you tell this lie that if you need somebody, then it's a reflection of weakness, then you need to fix that point of view. So let's do a bit of reframing. Another exercise for us. I did warn us that this is going to be workshop style. Let me check my time while you read what is on the screen. Okay, thank you. That's my man, my daddy. All right. So, what is your go-to survival response? So we're doing a reframing exercise now. What is your go-to survival response? Fill that in. Like I said, if you want to share, share, but it's more for your awareness. All right? It's more for your awareness. What is your go-to survival response? And then follow-up question, where does it show up? Where do you find it happening more? Identify where it shows up. Okay? If we do all of this talking and there's no practical activity, then change is less likely, all right? So that is why this is important. Where does it show up? What's your go-to response? Do you withdraw? Do you cry? Do you shout? Do you yell? Those are some of the examples that might come to mind. And then when does it happen? Where does it show up, right? And then what is a secure alternative that you can practice? And we're going to look at communication in a second. But what is a secure alternative that you can practice? An example that you can use right now instead of withdrawing or defending is to state the feeling and state what you need. All right? It does not have to be perfect. It works. The more you do it, the better you get at it, right? But if you use a statement, a simple statement like, right now I feel this and I need that, that is you moving from survival. That is you recognizing that in that moment, you are a bit limited and there are people around you that can help you, right? Or it might even be that you develop your own go-to strategies. So somebody like me, I can be a stress eater, right? When I'm, worried and I'm just, feeling stressed about something, I'm not going to tell you what I eat in case you thought that was coming. But anybody who knows me personally knows what my what do you call it, my comfort food is, and it's not this. It's not what you are thinking. It's nothing special, but that's what I eat that grounds me and makes me feel you've got this in hand. If this and this are available and you can combine them together and they enter your body, everything is all right. So it could be right now I feel stressed and I need what I eat. Again, healthy habits, all right? Not things that are detrimental to yourself and to your body and to your relationships. Okay, so now let's look at nervous system safety and emotional regulation. Like I said, communication. Communication is something that you need to be regulated before you engage in. If you don't regulate yourself before you communicate, you're going to damage the situation. And that emotional availability that we are looking for, that we're working towards, is going to be further compromised. Okay? When you are in that heightened emotional state, when your nervous system does not feel safe, you don't want to communicate in that moment. You don't want to communicate in that moment. You want to gain clarity first. right? So we're not talking about you being calm, because that's not what the situation requires, right? There's this psychotherapist, Gbemi, she works out of America, and there's a way she frames this, and she says, if I change it for you, if you're not Nigerian, apologies, I will find another way to explain that, or if somebody can put it in the chat for me. If I change it for you, then it needs to be that I chose to change it, which means I sat within myself and I decided changing it is what this situation requires. So calm is not what the goal is. It's about being regulated and being intentional. In some situations, that is, you need that, quick turnaround of things. I give you an example. When our son was a baby, he had jaundice, yeah, and we hadn't seen it. So we went to the hospital. We hadn't seen it for the first 3 or 4 days of his life. And then my son-in-law picked it up and we hurried down to the hospital. And this nurse was saying something about you needed to make a deposit and changing it was required. Do you see what I mean? So I was like, are you kidding me? We literally left this hospital how many days ago? And you're asking for maybe a tenth of what we paid for the whole delivery and all of that. And you're saying you need that to put my child under phototherapy light. And it was a little bit of change, but it was conscious changing, right? Because that's what that situation requires. So let's look at a few practical tools to ensure that you are regulated before you approach communication. Remember, we are working on emotional availability. Emotional availability. So these are some tools for you to consider, some tools for you to look at when you are in that state where it calls for regulation. And to be honest, we mostly require regulation because there are triggers all around us. Remember, we're coming from that place of trauma, isn't it? There are triggers all around us, and sometimes people don't even intend to hurt. Quite a lot of the time, maybe I'm seeing too much of good in humanity, but most times I don't think people set out to say something disrespectful. They want to trigger, but things happen, right? Things happen around us, and we need to be able to go somewhere and regulate ourselves and then approach the situation. So these are some tools that you can use. You have grounded breathing, which is about exhaling slowly, which calms your nervous system. So you've been triggered, you're in a situation, take a deep breath. Take a deep breath and exhale slowly. Do we want to practice that now? If you're in a space where you can do this and people will not look at you like, is everything all right? Just take a deep breath for me from your belly in and then slowly, all right? In through your nose and out through your mouth, very slowly. It calms your nervous system, calms your body, and then you're able to then make a decision. It also helps you go upstairs, you see. All right. Next, you have naming that emotion. Okay, on the screen, you have routine and environment. It's about what you do on a regular basis, right? And we've talked about how it is helpful for you to have certain practices, certain go-tos, so that they become your default. Okay. And when you identify that certain things happen in certain environments, then you want to be mindful. Sometimes you can't control it. Somebody asked a question earlier about if you're still in that traumatic situation, what can you do? Well, you have data. That data tells you that this thing is likely to happen. The odds that it will happen are 9 out of 10. So you are prepared. You're going into that space. Maybe you want to have a conversation, a difficult conversation with somebody you don't have a choice, but to have a conversation with. But because you have the foreknowledge that this is likely to happen, you're better prepared for it. Okay, so it's about having those routines and then being conscious of your environment. If it is somewhere that you can remove yourself from, then by all means, remember, you are not a tree. And next, you have naming emotions. If you are able to calm yourself down and identify that emotion, you're less likely to be reactive. All right. So I'm feeling a headache, right? What is responsible for that headache? And then you explore things like, so a headache is not an emotion, and I appreciate that. But you explore, have I had enough water? Have I eaten? Did I sleep well? Right? So if you are able to identify that your headache is, the frustration you're feeling is as a result of your headache, right? Then you can now begin to work out how you got there. By the time you put all those thoughts in your head and you're thinking about it, you have not been reactive, I can promise you, because you have taken the next 10 seconds to say, what exactly am I feeling? Why did I respond in that manner? I was short with that person. Why? Right? And you go through that reflective cycle and you're like, why was I short with that person? Oh, I'm tired. And you have not been reactive, okay, in that moment. Next, pause. The power of the pause. The pause interrupts your automatic responses, right? And if you deploy that pause just before naming your emotions, you're going to, be able to get a handle on things. Remember, the goal is regulation. Then your body posture. We're talking about your physical cues, right? What are those physical cues that communicate safety to you? Okay, identify those and deploy them. Okay, so for somebody, they fidget. Okay, when they fidget, it's a tool to calm them down. So somebody else somewhere might be like, oh, you're always touching your hair. We all have hair, hopefully, right? Touch your own, I touch my own. If that is what sorts you out, then you go there, right? And I have two other ones here that are not necessarily self-regulation tools in themselves, but if they follow something like the pause, then it helps you maintain control, right? Alternate explanations. So this person has said something triggering. What else might explain their behavior? Might it be they misunderstood something that you said, which means you have an opportunity to explain and clarify? Might it be that they are the ones dealing with a certain kind of trauma? Yeah, as much as we are focusing all of this on ourselves, we must understand that people around us are going through stuff as well. So sometimes it's not all about you. So if you're able to come to that understanding that that person is dealing with something, I use this example with my children every now and again. I say, if somebody says, you are a cow. Somebody says you are a cow, right? They say you are a cow. They look at you and they say you are a cow. Alternate explanation. Maybe their eyes are, maybe they need to go to Specsavers, right? If you come to that alternate explanation, where is the reaction going to come from? You're probably going to burst out laughing like, are you serious? Is everything all right? Okay, so alternate explanations actually help you regulate yourself. Then you have support systems. Who can you give a ring and say, I am incensed right now, right? And you know that those people can talk you off a ledge. They can talk you down and say, hey, okay, hang on a minute. And then maybe remind you of all those regulation tools. Now, they're not fixes, they are supports to get you to where you want to be. Now, let's create your regulation plan very quickly. Very quickly. What are the early signs of dysregulation? Now, this is you learning about yourself, right? Some people feel discomfort, dysregulation in their tummy. Some people, when they are nervous, their palms get sweaty. So, what are those early signs? What are those things that you can quickly pick up on and say, all right, I'm getting to that point. I need to interrupt this, right? Then make a conscious decision. When triggered, I will pause for 10 seconds. So for my younger ones that I coach, I say count back from 5 to 1. Because you're counting backwards, you are retraining your brain, and it would help you. It will help adjust you, hopefully. If you are not too incensed. The question now is, will you remember to count back? But remember, the more you do it, the better you get. All right. One regulation tool I will practice is go down the list, make a plan. Remember scenario planning. What is it that I would adjust my default to? As you do it, you will get better. And then after regulating, I can re-engage by doing what? Would I apologize? It can be a case on a case by case basis. What are those things that I can then do that I can re-engage with? How do I show up? How do I present myself? once I've been able to get that under control. So you've written all of this down. It becomes something that you can go to every now and again, and it can help you in those challenging moments. The more you do it, the better you get at emotional availability. We're getting close to the end of my presentation, and then we'll have a Q&A. All right, fantastic. Are we still together? I've not checked in with you for a minute. Are we still together? Thumbs up if we're still together. Okay, all right, fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful. All right. So let's look at boundaries as connection tools and understanding that boundaries do protect relationships. Like we said, you can't keep pouring, you can't keep giving. You will get to a point where you will not be able to continue and things will escalate. Like somebody who continues to allow, right? What was it that so Dawodu said earlier? I've forgotten. But the person who continues to take everything, kind of like a dumping ground. At some point, you will get to that point where you're like, actually, hang on. And then your response might not match the trigger. So to protect your relationship, it's important to have boundaries, right? When I teach identity, I explain that when you know who you are, then there are things that you do, and at the same time, there are things that you don't do. So in this case, when you have defined who you are, there are things that you allow and there are things that you don't allow. Some people in romantic relationships call them deal breakers. All right. So, what are those things that you will not have? And these are things that you will enforce that are not dependent on the other person. So, it's not a case of I don't expect people to call me after 10 o'clock. The question is, are you going to pick up the phone? Are you going to put your phone on do not disturb once it is 10 o'clock, right? It's about putting those boundaries in place to ensure and preserve those relationships. So some people say things like, oh, they don't talk to anybody in the morning. I'm not sure how that works in a marriage because I like to talk, right? But if it is something that is so important to you, perhaps you want to have that conversation, right? And ensure that there's an understanding. So they they don't push people away, but they make those connections sustainable. Okay? Emotional presence actually requires limits. It requires limits. So let's look at a communication framework and just put things in perspective. This is a three-part communication framework that is about communicating the emotion, identifying the need, and making a request. All right. Mr. Dawodu talked earlier about situations where people are expected to know what you want, but you have not clarified it to them. That's not sustainable, right? You're putting that responsibility for naming your expectation on another person. No, that will not make you emotionally available. They don't have psychic powers. And if they did, I'm sure they will use it on things like winning the lottery or, I don't know. They would deploy it in other ways than to constantly be guessing what it is that is on your mind. All right. So if you're going to develop that secure communication behavior, you should consider using this framework. And like we said, identify the emotion, state the need, and make the request. All right. So the example you have on the screen is I feel overwhelmed. That is the emotion. I need reassurance. And then I'm asking for a hug. You have done most of the work. That's what this is about. You have sat with yourself and you have said, this is what I need. And this is how I want that need met. And then you put that forward to the people that you care about and that care about you so that they know exactly how to meet that need for you. So, in closing, I want to zoom out a little bit and help you think of a time where you felt disconnected, right? You felt disconnected, you felt unloved, you felt less than whole, less than yourself. And somebody, I don't remember what the speakers mentioned, it was Ayo Lawrence who mentioned the fact that when trauma happens to you, when these life events happen to you, what they do is change you from your original self, from your authentic self. Okay. So sometimes you have glimpses, right? And it's like, well, I'm not supposed to be like this. And when you do that road mapping exercise that she talks about, it's quite an eye-opener. These are things that are done in therapy spaces, right? So every time that you've thought about wanting more, being better, showing up different, showing up better, if you think back to those times and you begin to create that picture in your mind, then you can begin to walk towards it. Okay? So it's about learning. You can't rewrite the past, you can't undo what has happened, but you can move forward. And that is my encouragement to you. Please understand that healing is not linear. I hope I've used my examples and I've made it clear to you that it can be a roller coaster, but you have the goal in sight. You have the end in sight. When you are aware and you repeat these behaviors that we have gone through today, it will build that security. It will tell you, I've done it before. I can do it again. I chose myself in that instance. I can do it again. And with that awareness, you continue to get better and better. And finally, emotional availability is a daily choice. It is a choice to be emotionally available because your relationships depend on it. So finally, one secure behavior that I will practice this week is what? Write it down. Write it down. One secure behavior I will practice this week is, write it for me. That is your action point. That is your call to action. One secure behavior I will practice this week is what? Thank you so much. Thank you for listening. Thank you for coming. God bless you. I'm done.
Yeah, thank you so very much. Thank you, everyone. Can we just, I can see the reactions flying already. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Thank you so very much, Coach D. Thank you so much. We'll let you have a sip of water very quickly. But whilst you are having your drink, hopefully not that food you like to like to have when you're stressed. Hopefully it's just water you'll be taking now. I just wanted to share the answers to the questions we asked earlier. This exercise, if you can remember. So and yeah, so this is what it means. And then I'll let Coach D quickly get a cup of water or something. And we'll be shining the spotlight on Coach D and Mr. Dawodu for the question and answer session. So if you did this exercise earlier, we answered 10 questions. And yes, so we are asked to count our yeses and our noses. Or our nose, sorry. So 0 to 3 yes responses would mean, low emotional load. 4 to 6 yes responses, moderate emotional load, and 7 to 10 quite high emotional load. And then that's it over there. And please, this is just a reminder that every session we've had today would be on YouTube at some point. So yes, we'll have something to fall back to and also to share with our friends and loved ones. So please put your mind at rest. We'll be having a question and answer session right now. And then our panelists would be Coach D and Mr. Dawodu. Thank you. I've got a few questions here. Few questions to ask, and I'll start with Mr. Dawodu. So this question is, I don't know if Mr. Dawodu can hear me clearly there.
I'm with you.
Oh, good,
I'm
good.
here.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. So the question is, what do I do if traumatic experiences from childhood has affected my relationship with my sibling badly? What do I do if traumatic experiences from childhood has affected our relationship as siblings badly?
Hmm. Okay, so I see that first off, there is an awareness, right? There's an awareness that there is a challenge somewhere. The follow-up to that would be, do we want to restore it? Remember, after awareness comes choice, right? The choice is it something we want to repair? If the response is affirmative, is positive, then everyone involved can now begin to say, um, this is how I feel, this is what I want, and walk to it, because it can't be from one person. It will still amount to the same thing. If you're interested in building a relationship with your siblings and your siblings are not interested in building a relationship with you, it's still not going to work. It has to be everybody choosing to want it to work and then taking that step one after the other. It's not it, again, if you spend, I don't know how old the person is, but if most of your life has been spent not having any kind of relationship with your siblings, don't think that it's just going to be fixed overnight. Give yourself grace to, you know, begin to fix it gradually. But the fact that there's an awareness that things have not been right. For me, I like to, Yoruba see this thing that ibi pelebeloti mole. That's you pick up the mind from from the easiest part, and the easiest part is to actually be aware that there is something we want to fix. Once you're there, is the next step. It might be a lot of work. You might need guidance. You might, again, this is uh, talking to somebody who can help you, like Desola can do that to show you how you can first of all heal yourself. Again, remember, you can't give what you don't have. So it comes first from being aware, working on yourself, on learning the strategies that you learned that were divides between you and your siblings, becoming a much better version of yourself, and then finding how you can now begin to um, allow others to help themselves. One of the things I just realized today is that we really can't help anybody. We can offer help, right? But except they decide to take it, we can't help anybody. So that's just what it is. I hope that's clear.
Yes, that is absolutely clear. Takes two to tango. Yeah, thank you so much. I'll quickly move on to Coach D to take the second question. So the question is, where is the line between being a supportive partner and becoming a provisional therapist? And how do we prevent that? Where is the line between being a supportive partner and becoming a provisional therapist? And how do we prevent that?
So what I will say to that is everything happens for a reason. And the question really is, why does there need to be a line? Because if the goal is to be in this person's life, to make their life better, which is what a relationship should be, right? If the person was better off on their own and they are now with you and their lives are not is not improved, then I think it's a go back to a drawing board, the drawing board situation, right? So if they're with you and if you have what it takes to support them, I think you should see it as an opportunity to be a blessing to somebody else, right? If you have the tools, if you have the knowledge, if you have the capacity, you have the emotional strength, right? Again, there are boundaries. You and I get, and probably that's where you're going to in terms of being that provisional therapist. But I think the first step should be, how can I support this person? How can I help this person? If this is the capacity in which they need that support, can I offer it reasonably without compromising myself? Right? Because you can't pour from an empty cup. So if as a parent, you have to take a class, you have to take courses to be able to parent the child that God has given you properly, then if you're involved with somebody and they have certain things that they are dealing with, and you have to read a book, you have to go attend a course so that you can support them, then I don't think it's too much. I don't think it's too much. As long as you are being looked after and the relationship is symbiotic in that sense. And to say a relationship should be symbiotic does not mean it's going to go both ways every time. In this instance, you're the one supporting them. You might need support tomorrow. And like we said, interdependence is the way humans are supposed to exist. So if you're in that space where you are able to support somebody and the person you're with or married to in that manner, I say do it with joy, do it with responsibility, as long as they are willing to improve as well. Because, like Mr. Dawodu said earlier, you can only help somebody who wants to be helped. So you need to be sure that they are willing to accept the help. If they're willing to, I would say continue to give it. If it gets to the point where your own emotional health is compromised, your own mental health is compromised, and they don't seem to be making the necessary effort, then you might need to take a second look.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I'll ask you the last question. Of course, Mr. Dawodu can weigh on it as well if he has other opinions or ideas. So the question is this: how do you handle situations when you don't want to talk because you suspect things could go south, but your partner gets heated because it appears that you are being avoidant? So this person's, how do you handle situations where you're keeping quiet because you're like, if I talk, this issue will get really heated up, and then your partner interprets your silence or you restricting yourself from talking at that particular point in time as being avoidant. How can someone handle such situation?
So we have said emotions exist on a spectrum. So the person who is avoidant today can learn to be secure. Now, and again, this is a perception. So is it really that the person is being avoidant? Because you've said it seems like. So some of these positions are not factual. They are more perspective based. So I would be curious. Is it a pattern? Is it something that happens all the time? Because until it happens consistently, you can't label that person and say they are being avoidant, right? So you want to observe. You want to also hold space and give grace to people. So if you have noticed that this person, so let me go back to the question. The question is on from the perspective of the person who does not want to talk, right? In that moment. So if you find that you are constantly in that space where you don't want to engage, maybe you want to check yourself as well. Maybe you are being avoidant. And then explore why. Why is it that you're unable to communicate your frustrations or concerns without escalating? Because that escalation is a trauma response. It does not need to escalate. There are ways to talk about things, even though you are passionate or you're upset or you're feeling emotional. I mentioned going upstairs. That's one option. But if you have found that at the place that you are at here and now, that's the best way you can manage the situation because you don't want to damage the relationship. You still need to communicate that. You are an adult. You are not a tree. You can send a text. I'll give you an example. When my husband and I just got married, I was like that. I didn't like talking about confrontations because I also didn't want it to escalate. But I would send pages and pages and pages of WhatsApp messages. And I would write all my thoughts down. And then I would go and read it and I'll say, this one is not nice. Remove it. This one. But my perspective was always, I don't want to hurt his feelings. I want to express myself, but I don't want to hurt his feelings. So when those foundations are in place, then you can begin to pick at the things that are not working and begin to create what is a mutually beneficial communication style between yourself and that person, where you can let them know, give me a day, let me walk through this emotion. I will have a conversation. Or I've worked through it. I don't even think it warrants talking about. If you do that enough, then you come to a place of understanding. And it's not that the person is intentionally trying to hurt you or you're intentionally trying to hurt them. You're both trying to figure each other out. I hope that helps.
That does help. Mr. Dawodu, do you want to say anything?
She said it very well. My only, excuse me, is, for example, if the person is was part of this conversation we just had today and decides that they want to be that change, they want to effect that change in their lives. Um, those are it is likely to first go very bad before before it begins to work. And I'm saying that because for someone um whose reaction previously has always been, um he says stuff, I say stuff, he says stuff, they keep responding to each other in that, and they already have a dynamic that works for them, right? It's toxic, yes, but it works for them. But after sync, you now decide that, okay, let me change how I do things. Let me change my survival strategy. That strategy used to leave me feeling drained and all that. There's a tendency that, first of all, you're going to be stepping on your toes by yourself to stop yourself from saying some things that you know is to hold you, right? You're not That's likely going to happen. The other thing that would also happen is your partner now feeling um in the fight or the argument all by himself, which is something that might initially cause a lot of issues. Like, why am I talking to you and you're not talking back to me? Am I a radio? You know, which you know is likely to happen. But if you're persistent at what it is, the kind of strategies you want to use, also communicate that, you know what, I agree with you. We should have this conversation, but at this point, I do not feel that I can communicate or be present enough. We have this state of mind or frame of mind to have this conversation with you now. Can we have it in 30 minutes? Can we continue in 30 minutes? Can I just take a breather? Can I and those are things that they probably weren't doing before, that might change the dynamics of of the relationship, but it eventually helps both parties to say, okay, you know what, if this person not going to come into the ring with me to spar with me, I need to find a common ground for us to meet. Yeah, and that's it. But Deshaun has said everything about it. Thank you, Manuel.
Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. So yeah, it's already 3 o'clock here in the UK and it's 4 o'clock in Nigeria. Thank you so much for sticking by. I'll let Sister Deshala, um I call her Sister Deshala anyway. Coach D just continue with the event. But I want to believe Sinkas, it's ministered to me so greatly because when we did the reflection exercise earlier, I was seeing all my yeses. So I'm like, bro, I was tearing up. And yeah, a lot of things made sense. And I could see, and I had to just share with my sibling and like, you come and be a part of this. And I believe this is something we would do going forward, to share this with your loved ones. And yeah, this is why, and even your partner, if you're dating, yeah, this is we can understand each other better because you know what I've gone through, everything begins to make more sense why I respond in a certain way. So, and if Sync has, you just like, this is particularly for me, like today's just for me, this is me, and I need some more coaching, I need some more sessions to move things forward myself. I am happy. I'm just putting this out there and spontaneously. I'm happy to support anyone, not just a few self people to work with the professionals because that's going to require some form of yeah. So if you're that kind of person, like, yes, sync is definitely for me and I want to move things forward, please talk to admin and just say yes. You might want to connect and have some more sessions with Coach D or with Mrs. Higher Lawrence or Mr. Dawodu. I'm happy. We'll make things happen eventually. Yeah, over to you, Coach D.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Thank you so much, everybody. I am certain that this has touched at least one person, right? And that's basically my motivation for anything that I do, if it's just for one person. Well, I want to believe it's more than one person. Okay. So allow me to encourage you, take this forward. Healing is not a one day, it's not a one day trip, right? We've given you a lot of information. I would say go over the conference again. Sit with it. It's recorded, it's going to be on YouTube. Sit with it, listen to it, go through it again and again and allow it do the work. And then commit to moving forward. It's not linear, like we said. Extend grace to yourself, extend grace to other people, right? Show some kindness and compassion. People are dealing with stuff, people have been through stuff. Okay, so it's a two-way street. We extend grace to others, we extend grace to ourselves, and then we do the work on ourselves so that, and I said this in one of the captions that I posted, we don't bleed on people that are around us because we have been hurt. Because you were caught is not license for you to then bleed on other people. And I get that sometimes we can't help it, but we can try. And that's why we've done all the work to put this together to support. Right. Now, this event has been put together by Zentellect Consulting and the Daisy Place UK. And this is our second conference. It has been free. We want to keep it accessible. However, if you feel that you want to support Sync, you want to support our further events, you've been blessed by this, and you just want to give something to support the work, please send your donations to the account details on the screen. We have a pounds account, we have a Naira account, and you can use PayPal as well. Thank you so very much. It has been an awesome, awesome time. And let me challenge you to share. Share what you have learned today. Take at least one thing that you have learned today and tell another person about it. And let them go, what? Where did you learn that? Then you forward the YouTube link. You see, they're all connected. You send them the YouTube link and you say, go and experience it yourself. Thank you all so very much. Emmanuel, what can I say? God bless you. Thank you for all the hard work. My behind the scenes, he's in a corner, making sure everything is working well, being gentle with me. And when you asked about personal therapist, I just thought, wow, I have an unpaid therapist in the house who ensures and looks after me and manages me. But yes, God bless you. And I hope you all find people that oh gosh, see, my supervisor has just told me that there are a few of us who have been here since the first call before we started. Felicia, thank you so very much. Thank you, thank you. I really do appreciate you. Thank you so much for staying. And sorry, Omotola, I think sometimes it's better not to mention him so that you don't leave people out. But for everybody who has been here since the beginning, who joined in the middle, who joined because somebody forwarded the link to them and said, come, jump on, and you listened and you came and you have stayed till the end, thank you so much. I believe that you have taken 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 things that will transform your relationships, have clarified those trauma truths, have enlightened you, shown you those love lies, and that you are better for it. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Thank you, Emmanuel. All right. So if you still have questions that we didn't get to, please send them. I will answer. Okay. If you have questions, please send them. Let me put my email in the chat. If you have questions that were not answered, please send them and I would respond to you. Okay. That's the email you should send questions to. And I would be very, very happy to help. We had the oh dear. Right. The contact information of all the speakers. Go and follow them, us, on Instagram. Find Ayo Lawrence on Instagram. Find Dawodu on Instagram. Find me. Follow. Engage with our content. Ayo Lawrence has a, how do I put it? A galaxy of support tools for you. Um, Dawodu is a practicing therapist himself. I am a practicing therapist myself. So we're here. There's help available to you. And like I said, it's not one-off. Okay, it's not something that you would just figure out. You didn't get here in one day. It's like someone who was pregnant for 40 weeks. And people say 9 months. I'm like, it's not 9 months. On the average, it's 40 weeks. And you expect your body to go back. No, it doesn't work like that. It takes a minute. So you will find that you need ongoing support, ongoing contact with either of us or with any other professional counselor, therapist in your circle. So seek that help so that you can move forward. All right. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of the day. Bye now. Thank you, Esohe. Thank you. You were here from the beginning as well. Thank you.